Very A very good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2023 Nigeria International Energy Summit, which will be kicking off. The opening ceremony will be kicking off in a few minutes from now. We, of course, have had the opening event of this N.I.E.S conference, as always, yesterday evening. So welcome all the international delegates, managing directors of international oil companies, directors of the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources who are here in their number, heads of agencies and departments of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, this is arguably the first time that we're having a major industry event coinciding with two major religious activity, the Lent, the Ramadan, and their respective holidays, one past, one in view. And it's all because of the transition currently going on in the country.
A stronger NNPC Limited emerged, strengthening its position as the #1 crude oil producer and supplier in Africa. Across the entire spectrum of the energy value chain, NNPC Limited has recorded remarkable growth in the past year. To achieve our mandate of growing Nigeria's crude oil reserves, NNPC Limited expanded her hydrocarbon exploration footprints to Nigeria's frontier basins with the successful drilling of the Kolmani River 1 and 2 wells. This is expected to prove up 1 billion barrels of crude oil and 500 billion cubic feet of gas. With the successful spud-in of Ebonyi A in Obi local government area in Nasarawa State, Nigeria's oil reserve is expected to grow from 37 billion to a remarkable 50 billion barrels. We continue to record significant improvement in production as more wells and associated surface facilities shut down owing to incessant theft and vandalism are being reopened. This was made possible with the successful launch of the NNPC Limited Command and Control Center, deployed to track all crude oil lading vessel movements, and the launch of the Stop Crude Theft app, meant to validate crude oil sales documentation to stem the purchase of stolen crude oil. Over the last couple of months, NNPC Limited has also recorded tremendous recovery of gas volumes, contributing up to 7 billion cubic feet to national daily gas production. In our downstream business unit, we are currently embarking on the rehabilitation of the nation's key downstream infrastructure, which include the nation's 4 brownfield refineries, with a combined capacity of 445,000 barrels per day, with 22 depots, 25 pump stations, jetties, and over 5,000 kilometers of pipeline work. In addition, NNPC Limited is also adding new assets to its downstream portfolio. This is demonstrated by the acquisition of OVH, adding over 380 retail stations to our network, a 240,000 metric ton capacity per annum jetty, 3 lubes blending plants, 3 aviation depots, 8 LPG plants, 38 LPG skids, and 12 warehouses to consolidate our retail footprint. This unprecedented expansion has placed our retail business on a new map as Africa's largest downstream company. We offer investment opportunities that guarantee positive returns across the energy value chain. Driving our transition to net zero with low carbon energy resources, we have recorded tremendous achievements in our in-country gas transmission infrastructure to grow our domestic market and support regional integration. Having the 10th largest proven gas reserves in the world, we boast over 1,900 kilometers of backbone gas transmission infrastructure, with an existing in-country gas infrastructure transmission capacity of 6.9 billion cubic feet per day. Our expansion of domestic gas infrastructure is aimed at supporting Nigeria's economic recovery and growth plan by building in flexibilities to enable investors explore Nigeria's diverse markets while providing the needed corridor to supply natural gas to African regional markets and into Europe through the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline. Known as the African Atlantic Gas Pipeline, AAGP has a pipeline capacity of 3 billion standard cubic feet of gas per day with an approximate length of about 7,000 kilometers, mostly offshore. NNPC Limited is also undertaking the Trans-Sahara Gas Pipeline project on behalf of the Nigerian government. The 48 to 56-inch line, spanning 4,400 kilometers with a planned capacity to transport 2 to 4 billion standard cubic feet of natural gas per day, consists of pipeline segments of 1,037 kilometers in Nigeria, 841 kilometers in Niger, 2,302 kilometers across Algeria, and 220 kilometers sub-sea, linking to Europe. The project is for the purpose of supplying Nigerian gas to the European gas market with provisions for offtake along the countries. From engineering, procurement and construction, project financing and gas offtake, more investment is needed to address energy poverty across developing nations. With our huge hydrocarbon resources and growing interest in new energy, NNPC Limited is positioned to improve access to energy while minimizing its carbon footprint. Join NNPC Limited today to invest in guaranteeing global energy security for today and the future. Take an early bird advantage and secure the right to play in Africa's largest market today. Visit our website www.nnpcgroup.com and our exhibition stand to explore a business with endless opportunities.
Energy for tomorrow. So come on, let's go.
N.I.E.S started more than 25 years ago. These are times when the IOCs majorly were players in the downstream sector. The journey started just by us trying to get a franchise from Exxon, trying to be their representative in Nigeria, and we've grown from being an integrated oil company in the downstream, majorly playing into the lubricants, LPG, distribution of fuels, having a retail outlets, having a cylinder manufacturing plant. These are growths that has taken over the years. The infrastructure that was really not in existence in Nigeria, we try to fill the gaps. Our business model with N.I.E.S is basically to fill the gaps where we think that the infrastructure is not adequately there to provide those services.
In line with the federal government's national LPG expansion policy framework aimed at deepening the adoption of LPG, Techno-Oil Group made a strategic investment with the establishment of 8,400 metric tons of LPG coastal storage terminal with capacity to load out 6,000 metric tons, an equivalent of 300 trucks of 20 metric tons load daily.
The use of LPG is sacred and it's clear. Yes, several years ago, and it still remains affordable if you ask me. The prices agree that. So that's the target. It's clear and it's safe. And that's where the awareness comes from. That's where the education comes from. That's also where the communication to people added to let them go. Because people are afraid. They are afraid at rightly and rightfully so. Because with the other source are not nothing else. So as you see, you have exposures out there. But we have their back, or there's limited rented information about any of our cylinders excluded. So that speaks to the quality of our cylinders.
In the quest to tackle the challenges hindering LPG adoption in Nigeria, Techno-Oil established a fully automated ultra-modern LPG cylinder manufacturing plant. It is no doubt West Africa's largest LPG cylinder manufacturing plant. The plant has an annual installed production capacity of over 5 million pieces of LPG cylinders, with state-of-the-art laboratory and modern testing equipment to ensure quality and safety.
There is no organization and agency in this country that has visited the plant that has not given kudos to what we have put in place in terms of safety and also the quality which we have continued to put into the market, and every consumer in Nigeria, they testify that Techno cylinders is the best cylinders around in Nigeria today.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we all be seated? We're about to commence with this event. Thank you for your punctuality. It is already 5 minutes past the top of the hour. Can you please take your respective sitting positions? This conference is about to commence. As we await the arrival of His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa CFR. Can we please take our seats? Can we please take our seats? Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Please, the cameraman, you would not be able to stay in that position. If you've taken your shot, very kindly just go to the sides of the hall. Please, the cameraman, can you please very kindly take your quick shot and retire to the sides of the banquet hall. That position for you will cause obstruction and distraction to the dignitaries that you have come to cover. Your kind cooperation is appreciated. National anthem, please. You be seated. Thank you.
We also do recognize gas as a transition fuel.
You can't kill ignorance by fire, but by knowledge.
Connection between financial resilience in the energy transition and your climate resilience.
We need to own the narrative. We need to collaborate.
We want to align with what government is doing.
We can generate power from the gas that will flare to power the whole of Africa.
Infrastructure must be put in place in the short term.
In NCDMB, we believe that behind every dark cloud, there is a silver lining.
Our major objective remains the transformation of Nigeria into a gas-based, industrialized nation.
This first summit has set the foundation for the achievement.
Gas will become the dominant fuel for generating power.
Again, a very good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. 6 years and counting, the Nigerian International Energy Summit, used to be known as Petroleum Summit, has continued to deliver these platforms for industry stakeholders across the continent to come and find out how we as Africans will continue to push a business and an agenda for our people and our industry in spite of the turmoil that is facing our industry, giving the geopolitical narrative and indeed conversations around climate that many are demanding that we stop or limit our production of these God-given resources. I remember very well that in 2020, we dodged a bullet because we had finished before COVID kicked in as hard as it did that year. And this year, in spite of the transition, this year, in spite of the breaks, the holidays, we're here, you are here, and we thank you immensely for your presence. We thank our sponsors for their support, and we commend Brevity Anderson for continuing to create this platform. Richmond Osuji is my name, and I welcome you to the Banquet Hall of the Presidential Villa here in Abuja for this 2023 edition, where we are looking at global perspectives for sustainable energy future. Over $300 billion has been released by the United States government to stimulate, or if you like, create some form of incentives in the renewable energy sector in their country, thereby affecting what we do globally. And of course, recently, OPEC decided to cut production to give some stability to pricing. And one of Africa's hardest working sons in terms of pushing for energy equity in terms of the transition told me something yesterday. I would allow him to say that when he gets his turn to speak at this event, that indeed there's a bit of hypocrisy when it comes to this energy transition conversations. Global warming, climate change, whatever you call it, all of this forms the bedrock of what we will be discussing in the next 4 days here at this year's event. Our speakers will share their thought. Companies will show us the technology they have developed and deploying to reduce emissions, and all of this will come together when we close out with the evening's event on Thursday. Onwards now to the opening ceremony, as I warmly welcome once again His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, who is also the Minister of Petroleum Resources of our dear country, ably represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. We welcome and acknowledge your presence, sir, Mr. Boss Mustafa, CFR. Good morning, sir. I'd like to also extend or acknowledge the presence. I haven't seen them here, but I'm told from the National Assembly will be receiving representations. When they get here, we will recognize them. Let me then recognize the presence of some ministers of cabinet who have joined us here this morning. We're joined this morning by the Honorable Minister of State, Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Miriam Katagum. Ambassador, we welcome you and thank you for your kind presence this morning. We welcome Your Excellencies, ambassadors of foreign nations who were here today. We were joined yesterday at the dinner by the ambassador of Germany to Nigeria, Spain to Nigeria, Morocco to Nigeria, and I'm sure a lot more are here this morning. But please, because of time, I may not have the luxury to recognize all of them by name. Can we please give a warm applause in acknowledging the presence of all of these ambassadors from foreign nations? Let's give them a warm applause. You're welcome, Your Excellencies. Of course, a permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Ambassador Gabriel Tanimu Aduda. A very good morning to you and thank you for your kind presence. We appreciate your presence. We also welcome the Secretary General, Minister of Petroleum of Niger Republic, Mr. Zubairu Mazou. Monsieur, a warm welcome to you and thank you for your presence. We acknowledge here the heads of international petroleum and energy agencies, some of them who have joined us virtually. But in the room this morning, we acknowledge the presence of the Secretary General of APPO, Dr. Omar. We salute and we welcome you, sir. Dr. Omar Farouk, thank you for joining us this morning. We also like to recognize the presence here of the Chairman of the Board of Regulatory Agencies in our industry, the Chairman of the Board of NUPRC, Malam Isa Modibo, a warm welcome to you. Mr. Organ, the Chairman of the Board of NMGPRA, a warm welcome to you as we acknowledge your presence. We acknowledge the presence of the heads of the agencies in our ministry, Engineer Gbenga Kamola for FNSE, the Commission Chief Executive Officer. We welcome you. Thank you, sir, for your presence. We appreciate your presence. Dr. Simbi KCA Wabote, FNSE, ESNCDMB. I was called and told he was here. Perhaps he will be working any moment now. And of course, we acknowledge the presence here of the Chairman of the Board of NNPC Limited and all members of the Board of NNPC Limited who've joined us here. Distinguished Senator Marjorie Chubal Kadibo. Good morning, ma'am. Always good to see you. The Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited is one of those dignitaries who are observing religious exercise at this time outside of the country. Representing him is the Executive Vice President, Gas, Power and New Energy for NNPC. We welcome you, Mr. Mohammed Abdulkadir Ahmed. A very good morning to you, sir, and a warm welcome. Please let's give them a round of applause and appreciate their kind presence to this year's event. We'd like to also recognize the presence, acknowledge the presence of the directors from the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources. We thank you all for your work that you do, your commitment in seeing this event to the 6th year and counting, and we acknowledge your presence. Of course, we also acknowledge the presence of the managing directors of international oil companies. I begin with. If you're a first timer to our industry event, that is the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, OPTS's Oil Producers Trade Section. We welcome all of you. A warm welcome to other managing directors of IOCs who have joined us here this morning. Time will fail me at this outset to recognize all of you, but I promise when we get to the other part of this event at the ICC, I will take a moment to appreciate all of our sponsors who are quite numerous, and most of whom's managing directors are seated in the room this morning. But we'll extend our acknowledgement to all MDs of IOCs, independent and international, MDs of the service companies, chairmen and presidents of industry association. I've seen the president of NAPE, I've seen the chairman of PCTS, I've seen the reps of SPE and many others like that. We welcome, of course, all distinguished invited guests from across the globe. We have representatives from Italy who have joined us here this morning as well. We welcome every other industry expert who has come to profile solutions and indeed help highlight what we should be doing for the incoming administration. When you take the map of Africa and flip it in a horizontal shape, you find that Nigeria is perfectly positioned in the place of a trigger. And as always, Nigeria plays that role to trigger development and stimulate conversations across the continent. We're hopeful that the deliberations from this event will be one of such triggers for the incoming administration of our dear country, Nigeria. Once again, Richmond Usuji is the name, and I will get straight into the business of the morning by welcoming to take the organizers' opening comment, the chairman of Brevity Anderson. Oh, for a moment, please. Can we give Brevity Anderson a resounding applause for the doggedness and the resilience in keeping this event going. Thank you, Brevity Anderson. So to kickstart the event with the introductory comments, I'd like to welcome now the chairman of Brevity Anderson. Let's welcome Mr. Olatunde Akoni.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I have to stay standing on existing protocol. Let me just quickly get to my notes. And let me start. Let me say, as chairman of Brevity Anderson, I'm delighted to see so many people here from the past and also a number of new people who come to join us today. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to embrace new relationships as we go forward. I think, as we all know, we now live in an interesting times, as the Chinese like to say, in terms of the geopolitical situation that faces us in the world. But there's no doubt that Africa has a leading place to play. We are now a significant part of what's taking place in the world. We have a major opportunity to be major players in terms of what's changing the face of this world. So can I say that this conference today is one small step, a significant step, but a small step in terms of what can take place to change what's going on in the world right now. And can I say that for those of you who are coming to the event maybe for the first time, this is an amazing opportunity to network, to establish new relationships, and for those of you who've been here for many years, to provide ongoing relationships with new sets of people. Can I say that though the times right now seem distant for some, the opportunities that exist for us right now are prevalent. So please take the maximum opportunity to do things while you're here. Network with other people, have a chance to enjoy yourself as well, because as Nigerians, we know that the one thing we like to do is enjoy ourselves. So please have a great time over the next 4 or 5 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akoni, Chairman of Brevity Anderson, setting the tone for us there to get started with the business of today. Before I proceed, I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of one of our keynote speakers a little later this morning, the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Kiyomi Adesina, who's represented by Director General of Nigerian Country Department of African Development Bank, Mr. Lamin Barrow. Mr. Barrow, thank you for being here. Thank you. We acknowledge your presence. Of course, the N.I.E.S Authority Chief Executive NNPC is represented by Executive Director Mr. Obugo Koha. Mr. Koha, we acknowledge your presence. His Excellency Mr. Luis Ernesto Pinda, Charge d'Affaires of the Embassy of Venezuela. Your Excellency, we welcome you and thank you for your presence. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, onwards with our agenda. I'd like to welcome now for the official welcome address at this event, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Please welcome Ambassador Gabriel Tanimo Aduda. Much taller.
His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, ably represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, honorable ministers here present. I want to particularly thank those of you that just walked in at this point. The Chair of the Board, the Secretary of APPO, Board Chairman and members, heads of agencies, Engineer Benga here, I hear Simbi is somewhere here, the heads of international oil companies, the Chairman of Brevity and your team who have done an excellent work, our sponsors across the room, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends in the energy industry. Please permit me to stop here with the protocols if I haven't breached them already. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 6th edition of Nigeria International Energy Summit. This summit provides for us a unique opportunity to come together, to share knowledge, insights, and to discuss the challenges and opportunities that face the energy industry globally. We are living in an era of rapid change, with new technologies shifting geopolitical realities and changing global dynamics. It is clear that energy plays a critical role in shaping our world, from powering our homes to fueling our cars, running our businesses. We need energy in one form or the other, practically at every minute and every point of our lives. Energy is at the heart of our modern day way of life. However, as the world's population grows and economies expand, the demand for energy continues to rise, making it more important than ever before that we work together to find sustainable and innovative solutions to meet this growing demand. Here in Nigeria, we are committed to driving this transition forward. We are blessed with considerable deposits of oil and gas resources, which have over the years played very, very important roles in our economic development. And we are working to ensure our energy sector remains a key driver of this economic growth and social progress as we imbibe cleaner ways of production and further domesticate the utilization of gas resources within and beyond our borders. We are also committed to a sustainable energy future, and we are investing in renewable energy as well, energy efficiency and clean technologies. We believe that by working together, we can build a more resilient, sustainable, and equitable energy future for all. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies here present, over the next few days, we will hear from experts and leaders from across the global energy industry, and we will engage in productive discussions about the key issues facing our industry today. I am confident that this summit will provide a valuable platform for us to share, build networks, identify opportunities for collaboration and innovation. I would like to thank our partners and sponsors once again for their support in making this summit possible, and to express my gratitude to all of the participants for their commitment to advancing the cause of sustainable energy. I wish us all a very successful and rewarding summit, and I look forward to insights and ideas that will emerge from our discussions. But while we do that, please let us also take out time to play. Let it not be all work. For those of you that missed the opening dinner hosted by Shell yesterday, trust me, you'll miss some dancing steps, as the commercial manager of Shell introduced us to some very new moves yesterday. We could see him dance Buga, we could see him dance to Burna Boy, and the rest of it. It was amazing. Throughout these 5 days, there will be special dinners sponsored by various entities. I want to encourage us all to please make time to attend these dinners. Let us not be too tired to unwind, because all evenings promise to be very interesting. I welcome you all.
Couldn't have said it better, what happened last night, and I left it for the right and the best man to talk about it, and he's done justice to it. And he has told you, if you're not attending the evening functions, you're definitely missing seeing. In fact, even the ambassadors were digging it out yesterday. Thank you one more time, Ambassador Aduda, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, walking us through what to expect and pretty much giving us a charge from the ministry as to what to do in the next couple of days, knowing that they are the ones who will run with whatever comes out of this as a way of policy and pushing to the right and appropriate quarters for either implementation or looking for new laws. Thank you once again, Permanent Secretary. Can you please give him another round of applause? Thank you. In my opening, I did mention of a particular young African who has been pushing the narrative for us to have a just energy transition. I take a moment to acknowledge his presence, Mr. N.J. Good morning, and I commend you immensely for the work you do. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. The chairman of the African Energy Chamber. Onwards with our program this morning, we'd like to take our next remark, an industry remark, and this time is coming from Dr. Mele Kolokiari, Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC, as I said earlier, represented by Executive Vice President, Gas, Power and New Energy. Please welcome Mr. Mohammed Abdulkadir Ahmed.
Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Secretary to the Federal Government of Nigeria in the person of Mr. Boss Mustafa, I would please request for your indulgence to stand on the existing protocol that has been established by Mr. Richmond Osuji. Today, I'm here wearing the cap of Mr. Mele Kolokiari, the Chief Executive Officer, Group Chief Executive Officer of the NNPC, who is unavoidably absent. I will attempt to bridge the gap, and in doing so, I have his message that is well written, and in order not to miss any of the information that he wants to pass, I would also read through what has been prepared. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be back here for the 6th Nigeria International Energy Summit, aptly themed Global Perspectives for Sustainable Future. The world today has recognized the need for ensuring sustainability in the energy landscape, which is in line with the current realities. And as key players in the energy sector, our mandate of providing energy for our country still remains a priority. In order to achieve that, NNPC is poised to reliably deliver energy to our stakeholders, though efficient utilization, hydrocarbons, and other new energy sources which our country is placed with, you will agree with me that sustained energy sufficiency directly enables economic growth. Directly enables economic growth and development, as can be seen in the history of the developed countries. This is why we are focused on efficiently producing energy while minimizing the effect on the environment. Oil and gas remain a significant component of energy, a significant component of the global energy mix. Therefore, we are unlocking more opportunities across both the oil and gas value chain, spanning from supply and infrastructure to the markets. In this regard, NNPC Limited is actively supporting the federal government towards the realization of key initiatives such as the Decade of Gas and the National Gas Expansion Program, which seeks to deepen natural gas utilization as an alternative transportation fuel, virtual gas supply to off-pipeline grid gas customers, and gas utilization as feedstock for the development of gas-based industries. This is evident in the definite actions taken to utilize CNG and LNG to power vehicles, buildings, and power plants. NNPC is also investing heavily in critical gas infrastructure such as the Ajaokuta, Abuja, Kano, popularly known as AKK gas pipeline, and the OB3, that is Obricon-Obiaform gas interconnector to support 5 BCF of gas per day of domestic gas utilization, including 5 gigawatt of power generation capacity by developing power plant projects along the AKK corridor and across the country to complement the existing ones. For the gas export market, the ongoing NLNG Train 7 will expand Nigeria's LNG production capacity to about 30 million tons per annum. This is in addition to the planned Nigeria-Morocco and Trans-Sahara gas pipeline projects, which will supply gas to sub-regional African countries and subsequently Europe. In addition to our existing upstream activities, we are also deepening exploration activities of Nigeria's frontier basins using the best industry standards and technologies, which is already yielding results such as can be seen in the Kolmani discovery, and also we are hopeful that the recent spot-in of the Ebenyi A well in Nasarawa State will follow suit. The 6th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit has provided us all with a platform to tell our story and engage further based on our unique landscape and strengths, which will eventually contribute to form part of the global narrative. NNPC will continue to leverage our partners with the industry, government research institutions, and the academia to ensure energy security and sustainability. On this note, I thank you all for listening, and I look forward to subsequent sessions which will undoubtedly be very engaging and insightful. Thank you, Mele Kolo Kiari.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Mohammed Abdulkadir Ahmed, EVP Gas and New Energy for NNPC, speaking on behalf of his principal, the Group Chief Executive, Dr. Mele Kolo Kiari, who we all know is unable to join us. Can we please give him one more round of applause, giving us that industry address, what they are doing. I'm sure if you're seeking to partner with the national oil company, you can see from that address how you can go about that, and of course, giving us what they're doing in the frontier basins. I'd like to acknowledge the presence here of the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Osagie Haniri. Honorable Minister, very good morning, and we will acknowledge your presence. Thank you so much. I'll recognize some more ministers when I come back, but for now, let us continue with goodwill messages as I welcome the Chairman, Independent Petroleum Producers Group and Chairman of Walter Smith Group, Mr. Abdul Rasak Isa. Well, if you remember that I said they are sponsoring the opening ceremony, you will, the applause, you will, thank you very much.
Ramadan Kareem to our Muslim brothers, and good morning to you all. I'm going to stand on the existing protocol as laid by Richmond, but let me start by recognizing His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Mr. Boss Mustafa, the Secretary to Government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellencies, Captains of Industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with great delight and honor that I convey this goodwill message on behalf of the Independent Petroleum Producers Group on this occasion of the 6th edition of the Nigerian International Energy Summit. Let me begin by commending the Ministry of Petroleum Resources for once again convening this summit. As you are aware, this is the 6th edition, and we have all witnessed remarkable growth of the summit over the years. I have no doubt that this will be sustained and enhanced in the years to come. As always, the theme of this year's summit is topical, as it resonates with current operating landscape and is truly thought-provoking. Global perspectives for sustainable energy future. I am sure participants will spend the next 4 days deconstructing this concept and what it truly means for our industry within the Nigerian context. Permit me to throw down the gauntlet here and state that by the end of this summit, we are able to define what sustainable energy future will look like for Nigeria and what role our industry plays in this regard. There is no gainsaying that the oil and gas industry will be at the forefront in achieving a sustainable energy future for Nigeria, and I dare say Africa, considering the impressive hydrocarbon resources at our disposal. However, it is imperative that our march towards a sustainable energy future is aligned to our immediate energy needs as a country. The journey towards decarbonization is an irreversible course. As the world drives towards a low-carbon future, the clamor for just transition and taking into perspective the peculiarities and developmental challenges faced by Africa will remain. As the continent continues to grapple with worsening energy crisis, it is incumbent upon us to define our energy transition trajectory, which must also complement our energy security objectives. Transitioning to a low-carbon economy in the face of energy poverty requires a delicate balancing act to define an optimal energy mix for Nigeria, one which will ultimately be hinged on rapidly increasing energy access to our populace and introducing cleaner energy sources into our energy mix. As an industry, our overall focus must be on reducing carbon footprint and partnering with the government to protect and improve the ecosystem. There is no doubt that building a sustainable energy future for us calls for effective policies, investment in the right technology, and an innovative mindset. At the end of this summit, we may all have differences in opinion in terms of what a sustainable energy future for Nigeria will look like, but I'm confident we will all agree that gas will remain Nigeria's main pathway to sustainable energy future. It is therefore reassuring that proactive and concerted efforts are being undertaken by the government through policy initiatives such as declaring 2021 to 2030 as the decade of gas to utilize and commercialize the nation's abundant gas resources and also end gas flares by 2030. Unlocking this gas potential within the decade will certainly involve the collective strengths of the government and the industry working together and removing bottlenecks constraining the development of our gas resources. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, notwithstanding the notable achievements recorded to date across the oil and gas industry in Nigeria, a new dawn is emerging due to various global and domestic events. The ongoing industry reforms, divestments by the international oil companies, IOCs, geopolitical conflicts, and the global energy transition drive. These are bound to bring about a transformational shift across the entire industry and therefore calls for an immediate repositioning of the industry. The Nigerian oil and gas industry has a very limited window to get things right and must work towards a rapid exploitation of its vast hydrocarbon assets for the socio-economic transformation of Nigeria and deploying same to guarantee our energy security. At this juncture, and as a key industry stakeholders, let me therefore take this opportunity to lend IPPG's voice to industry priorities and call on the incoming administration of His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu to address the bottlenecks mitigating against industry growth and energy security. The administration's agenda for the industry should be geared towards A, improving investor confidence through effective implementation of the PIA and strengthening of regulatory institutions. B, arresting the menace of crude theft across the Niger Delta, which still lingers despite recent successes recorded by the federal government. C, harnessing the nation's hydrocarbon asset, particularly gas, to catalyze and rapidly industrialize the Nigerian economy. And C, building a broader value-creating midstream gas processing plants and downstream refineries and transforming Nigeria into product suppliers. And E, eliminating industry-wide subsidies for all hydrocarbon and refined products as they remain detrimental to the growth of a vibrant industry. Your Excellencies, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on a concluding note, it is instructive to note that this edition of the NIES will be the last of this current administration. It is on this note and on behalf of the Board of Trustees and the Governing Council of the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, I would like to especially commend and also express our deepest gratitude to His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, for his continuous support and unwavering commitment to the survival and growth of our industry. Under his leadership, his administration has delivered unprecedented milestones across the entire industry. Equally, we extend our gratitude to the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, NNPCL, and our industry regulators for their dogged and pragmatic implementation of the lofty visions of Mr. President for the industry. As always, IPPG remains committed and supports the policies and programs of government for the benefit of industry as well as Nigeria. I thank you for your attention and wish you all memorable and engaging session at the 6th edition of the Nigerian International Energy Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The IPPG, led by its chairman, is already giving the incoming administration bullets to fire that trigger for energy industry development in our country, which of course will be impacting the rest of the continent. Onwards with goodwill, I'd like to now welcome the Chairman, Oil Producers Trade Section of LCCI and Chairman and Managing Director, Chevron Nigeria. Please welcome Mr. Rick Kennedy.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, industry captains, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand on existing protocol. On behalf of the Oil Producers Trade Section of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I thank the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and the organizers for this opportunity to be part of this year's edition of the Nigerian International Energy Summit. I also wish to use this opportunity to congratulate the Ministry and the organizers for past successful summits, which have served as a platform for highlighting Nigeria's strong capabilities in the oil and gas sector and its available investment opportunities. The theme for this year's summit, Global Perspectives for a Sustainable Energy Future, is very timely for all stakeholders, as the world in general and our energy industry in particular have spent the last few years adjusting to various challenges and opportunities we face in these extraordinarily turbulent and uncertain times. Post the COVID-19 pandemic, global demand for energy is rising. The Russia-Ukraine conflict has triggered disruptions in the oil and gas value chain, with increased energy prices amidst uncertainties around supply chain security. At the same time, the need to address society's concerns over climate change caused by greenhouse gas emissions and other environmental stresses has never been more important. Addressing these challenges will require many things, including a thoughtful transition to the affordable, reliable, secure, and ever cleaner energy system of the future. Nigeria has clearly demonstrated its commitment to the energy transition through enactment of its Climate Change Act 2021, through presentation of its energy transition plan, and through its stated commitment to reach net zero by 2060. For Nigeria, it is expected that traditional oil and gas will remain a key element of its energy mix, required to meet the energy demands of today while funding investments to diversify and develop cleaner energy systems of the future. We expect that deliberations during this summit will identify solutions towards sustained development of Nigeria's resources, particularly gas as a transition fuel, while also catalyzing growth of new energy systems. We expect this will boost confidence and attract investment to grow the energy industry for the benefit of all stakeholders. In all of these, the Oil Producers Trade Section and its 28 member companies remain committed as a trusted partner of the government and all stakeholders to move the industry forward. I wish you all valuable discussions these next few days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed Kennedy, the chairman of OPTS, speaking on behalf of all member companies. Onwards, we'll go to our next, and this time we're going virtual. I did say that some of the heads of international energy agencies have joined us virtually. So we're going to our first virtual presentation this morning, and it's coming from the Secretary General of Gas Exporting Countries Forum. I'd like to now turn it over to Mr. Mohammed Hamil.
President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellencies, National Assembly leaders, ministers, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the Secretariat of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum in Doha. I am honored to address the 6th Nigeria International Energy Summit and extend my sincerest appreciation to His Excellency Chief Timipri Silva, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, for his kind invitation. Nigeria is an important member of the GECF, and its representatives on our governing bodies contribute positively to the progress of the organization. We are also fortunate to have competent and dedicated individuals from Nigeria working in our secretariat. They are excellent team players who are highly respected within the organization. Nigeria is also a pillar member of 2 other organizations that are very dear to me, OPEC and APPO. And I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the late Mohammed Sanusi Barkindo, a great ambassador of Nigeria, who was a passionate advocate of OPEC, the GECF, and the energy world. May his soul rest in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, as the 2nd largest gas producer in Africa, Nigeria plays an important role in natural gas markets. Its prospects are even brighter as it holds the largest proven gas reserves in the continent. According to the GECF Global Gas Outlook, published in January, gas production in Nigeria is expected to more than triple by 2050. President Buhari's vision of the decade of gas is a strategic move to transform the Nigerian economy into a gas-based one by 2030. The GECF expects gas consumption in Nigeria to increase nearly 5-fold by 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, energy powers our lives every day. It keeps the economy running, houses warm or cold, and lights on. By 2050, the global population will increase by 1.8 billion people. The size of the economy will double, and the standard of living will be higher for most. The world will thus need more energy, but it also needs better air quality and less greenhouse gas emissions. The GECF Outlook forecasts that global primary energy demand is set to increase by 22% by 2050 despite significant energy efficiency improvements. Clean, available, affordable, and versatile, natural gas will play a crucial role in alleviating energy poverty and supporting socio-economic development. By 2050, the demand for natural gas is expected to increase by 36%, and its share in the global energy mix to rise from 23% today to 26%. Africa is well endowed in natural gas resources. To turn these resources into supply requires heavy investments. The argument that Africa should forego the development of its abundant natural gas resources for the sake of environmental protection is deeply misguided. In fact, a developed Africa is better equipped to safeguard the environment than a poorer Africa. Therefore, access of African countries to financial resources and to advanced technology shall be preserved and facilitated. Just recently, Mozambique became an LNG exporter last November, and Mauritania and Senegal are set to become exporters in the near future. We are proud to welcome Mozambique to the GECF and look forward to Mauritania joining us later this year. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for your kind invitation, and I wish your summit all the success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Secretary General of Gas Exporting Countries Forum, Mr. Mohammed Hamil, giving us his goodwill and thoughts on where gas should be going at this time. Thank you. From the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, we go to the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APPO, as I'd like to now welcome the Secretary General of APPO, our very own Dr. Omar Farouk.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an...
Can you cue that? Technical, please walk with me here, okay? There's the reason there's a master in the ceremony. Thank you. Over to you, sir. No, Oga Farouk. Oga, no, you're still speaking. You're still speaking. No. Huh? It was... As directed by my Oga, who am I? OPEC has the floor. Please go ahead. But before you do that, can I please tell my delegate who is about to speak? He knows his OPEC. Some other person might not know. And that will be Mr. Haitham Al-Gais, Secretary General of OPEC. Thank you. Back to you, sir.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to participate in the 6th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit. I stand on previous protocols and extend my best wishes to all esteemed guests and attendees, and my apologies for not being able to join you in person. As I am in Mecca for the last week of Ramadan, I could not travel to Abuja, but I look forward to visiting Nigeria very soon. At the outset, I would like to send my best regards to His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are extremely grateful that President Buhari has been a strong supporter of OPEC for many decades, including our recent market stabilization efforts and the ongoing cooperation with 10 non-OPEC countries under the Declaration of Cooperation. As I am speaking at one of Nigeria's premier events, I would also like to pay tribute to my late predecessor, my brother, Secretary General His Excellency Mohammed Sanusi Barkindo. Mr. Barkindo was a proud Nigerian and worked with many of you throughout his career. We still deeply feel his loss at OPEC, for had he lived, he would have celebrated his 64th birthday on Thursday, April 20th. May his soul rest in peace. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's NIES, namely Global Perspectives for a Sustainable Energy Future, is timely and very apt because climate negotiations need to be inclusive and reflect global perspectives. The perspective of developing countries must be heard. The perspective of Africa must be heard. The perspective of the fuel poor must be heard. As an intergovernmental organization composed exclusively of developing countries, 7 of which are African, OPEC wants all voices included in discussions on energy transitions. I stress it as a plural, as I firmly believe each nation and peoples have their own energy transition pathway. OPEC has a long history of supporting environmental issues and sustainable development. We have been directly involved in the evolution of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, from the UN Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee in 1990 to COP27 held in Sharm el-Sheikh in 2022. We are delighted that COP28 will be hosted by our member country, the United Arab Emirates. In addition to being involved in climate negotiations, OPEC and its member countries are proactive in looking for a diverse range of energy sources to meet the needs of the future. According to our World Oil Outlook, global primary energy demand is forecast to increase by a significant 23% in the period to 2045, which necessitates utilizing all forms of energy. Resultantly, many of our member countries have invested heavily in renewables, particularly solar, nuclear, wind, and waste-to-energy power, in addition to carbon capture, utilization, and storage, CCUS, and hydrogen projects, as well as the circular carbon economy, which has received a positive endorsement from the G20. At OPEC, we recognize that the scope of the climate challenge requires comprehensive solutions. There is no panacea that can solve it all alone. The oil and gas industry can foster its resources and expertise and help unlock our emissions-free future through its powerful role as an innovator in developing cleaner and more efficient technological solutions. A diverse range of mitigation measures are necessary. The capacities and national circumstances of developing countries must be taken into account in all actions. We should never forget that climate change and sustainable development are 2 sides of the same coin. According to the UN, 733 million people do not have access to electricity. Furthermore, 1/3 of the world's population use dangerous or inefficient cooking systems, which causes a host of health-related problems. Therefore, policymakers need to be cognizant that even the best-intentioned policies can have unintended consequences. This increases the stakes in the policy design phase. If policy design is not robust and well thought out, the unintended consequences can have lasting and damaging effects, including potential energy shortfalls and market volatility, as we have seen in recent years, which harm both producers and consumers. One of the biggest unintended policy risks relates to investments. The global oil sector alone will need cumulative investment of $12.1 trillion through to 2045. However, in recent years, we have heard calls from some to limit or stop funding for new oil and gas projects. This is disheartening and particularly impactful on developing countries with oil and gas resources. This great continent, Africa, has 120 billion barrels of proven oil reserves and 18 trillion standard cubic meters of natural gas. For countries to properly utilize these resources for the benefit of their people, investment levels must be adequate, whilst being mindful and taking actions to reduce the carbon footprint of the oil industry. However, movements by financial institutions to limit and stringently control how money is invested into fossil fuels under environmental, social, and governance constraints impedes the realization of this potential. This comes despite the fact that Africa only accounts for around 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. For our part, OPEC is determined to contribute to an investment-friendly environment by taking the actions necessary to encourage oil market stability under the Declaration of Cooperation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by emphasizing an extremely important point. OPEC deeply values Nigeria's membership of our organization. Since Nigeria joined OPEC back in 1971, we have benefited immensely from this great country's contributions to our endeavors. We will count on Nigeria in the years ahead, and we look forward to continued cooperation with the incoming administration led by President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Once again, thank you, and I wish you all a very successful summit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haitham I. Gais, Secretary General of OPEC. And what's now to APPO? Dr. Umar Farouk, please. Can I please welcome him? He's quite a gentleman, allowing us to continue with OPEC at the time. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to please stand on existing protocols. Your Excellency Muhammad Buhari, President Commander-in-Chief, represented by His Excellency Boss Mustafa, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APPO, I thank member country, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and Brevity Anderson, the organizers of the Nigeria International Energy Summit, which I prefer to call by its original name, the Nigerian International Petroleum Summit, for the invitation to deliver a goodwill message to this important gathering. In the invitation letter to me, this edition of NIES, described as the valedictory edition of the Muhammad Buhari administration, is therefore expected to provide a platform for the administration to present its scorecard in the energy sector and the opportunity to offer a roadmap for the next administration. For us in APPO, the last 8 years have been the most historic in the 38 years of the organization, and I'll tell you why. When the African Petroleum Producers Association, APA, the precursor to the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APPO, was founded by 8 petroleum-producing African countries in 1987 in Lagos, Nigeria, the objective was very modest: to foster consultation and cooperation among African petroleum-producing countries in the areas of hydrocarbon resources development. And for 28 years, this objective guided the actions of the association. The global paradigm shift away from fossil fuels to renewable energies, which began from the last quarter of the last century and gathered greatest momentum at the Paris Climate Agreement of 2015, sent the red signal to upper members, whose governments are dependent on petroleum revenue to meet the basic obligations of the state, that the industry on which they depended is threatened. The quest for a reform thus began, and by 2019, APA and its objectives were replaced by the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APPO, with new focus, new aims and objectives, new organizational structure, as well as new policy and decision-making structures and processes. The aim is to prepare the continent to address the challenges that the global energy transition shall pose to the African countries that have for decades depended heavily on fossil fuel revenue, and also to work towards creating the enabling environment for Africa's energy security, noting that our continent is the most energy poverty-stricken. A number of countries, some of who are represented here today, demonstrated unparalleled commitment to the success of the reform program and the takeoff of the new organization. We thank you, APPO ministers, for your vision for the continent. Given the backdrop to the reform, one of the first decisions taken by the APPO Ministerial Council was to commission a study on the future of the oil and gas industry in Africa in the light of the energy transition. The study identified 3 main challenges for the industry. These were the challenges of funding. For the several decades that Africa has been producing petroleum, it has relied essentially on external finance for its projects. The second challenge is technology and expertise. While Africa has proven reserves in the hundreds of billions of barrels and trillions of scf of oil and gas respectively, it has always depended on foreign technology and to some extent expertise to produce these resources. And the final challenge is that Africa has not been able to develop markets for its resources and always relied on foreign markets. These 3 challenges have been the focus of APPO in the last 3 years. We have come to the conclusion that the future of the African petroleum industry lies in the hands of Africans. For those who have, in the last 75 years or so, provided us the finance, the technology, and the markets, will dump us as soon as they have found alternatives. And they are working hard to find those alternatives. What is APPO doing about this? For the funding of the oil and gas projects across the continent, we've gone into partnership with the Africa Exim Bank, Afri-Exim, to establish the Africa Energy Bank. Its primary objective is to finance oil and gas projects in the continent. Negotiations on the charter establishment agreement and governance structure have reached advanced stage. Very soon, a decision will be taken on where to locate the headquarters of the bank and set a date for its takeoff. It's important I mention that given Africa's experience with other institutions, we are making sure that APPO member countries' interests are always protected. Shareholding shall be open to all African countries and their national oil companies, as well as other investors. The bank shall also welcome participation of NOCs outside Africa, but no sovereign outside of the African continent or any investor outside of Africa shall be allowed to participate who does not share our vision of the bank. Permit me to use this opportunity to thank Mr. President Muhammadu Buhari, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic, for his encouragement in the process of founding the Africa Energy Bank, evidenced not only in approving Nigeria's subscription to the capital of the bank, but also ensuring that some part payments are made. On technology and expertise, the APPO Secretariat has just completed a tour of institutions of oil and gas training, research, development, and innovation in some of our member countries. Nigerian institutions were among those inspected. The objective is to identify those institutions that can readily be upgraded and designated regional centers of excellence in the various sectors of the petroleum industry in Africa, upstream, midstream, and downstream. Given what we have seen in the various institutions that we have visited across our member countries, we are convinced that all we need to do is to pool our resources together, and we shall have great centers of oil and gas excellence in various regions of the African continent. I would like to use this opportunity to express our appreciation to the ministers and CEOs of national oil companies of the countries that we visited, some of whom are seated here with us and some are online, for the support and encouragement that we received. On the challenge of markets for our oil and gas, we believe that the coming into effect of AFTAC provides an excellent opportunity to work on developing cross-border and interregional energy infrastructure. We believe that with the level of energy poverty in Africa, we can do with all the energy we can produce and still need more. We are promoting the development of cross-border regional energy infrastructure. We see this as critical to making energy accessible to our people. We want to banish the mindset that our people are too poor to buy energy So we have to look for those with the purchasing power to buy our energy. That mindset entrenches the poverty cycle in Africa. We have to break that cycle by empowering the people to have access to energy, with which their productivity would increase manifolds, and with it, the growth of the national economies of our continent. Before I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to once again thank the APPO ministers who took time from their busy schedule to honor the invitation to NIES, the 6th edition of NIES. I thank the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, and the organizers of NIES, that is Brevity Amberson, for the invitation to APPO and its member countries. I wish you all a rewarding and insightful deliberations, and I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar Farouk, Secretary General of APPO. Speaking extensively of the importance of the collaboration between member states in Africa, achieving that very objective for the formation of the organization. Thank you. Two more remarks at this opening ceremony, and then we will take a family photo, and after that photo session, His Excellency, the President's representative, will depart. However, we will all be expected kindly to remain seated as the program would continue with the panel discussion, an international panel discussion, and thereafter we would go over to some bilateral meetings and reconvene at the ICC for the next plenary session. So once again, one more goodwill, then His Excellency's address, then a family photo session, and then we immediately go into the session where we'll listen to AFDB and some other experts who will be moderated by one of our industry leaders here. When we get to the family photo real quick, I will be calling on the ministers who are in the room, the heads of the agency who are in the room. I've seen NCDMB, NMDPRA, and of course NUPRC. I'll be calling on the chairman of the board of NNPC and NUPRC who is here. I'll also be calling on the MDs of the companies in Platinum, Gold, and the IPPG and the OPTS. I'm talking about Dr. Philip Michel Bila will be joining us at that time, Nigeria LNG. ExxonMobil's Mr. Ishaku will join us. Total Energies will also be joining us. Chevron, of course, OPTS is there. If there's a rep for Seplat, we'll expect you to join at that time. And the number will be completed by Coleman Cables and Wires. So that we just know when it's that time, you'll come out for the picture, and every other person who have not called will just very kindly remain seated, and we will not make it rowdy. After that picture, we'll take the national anthem while they're still standing there. His Excellency's rep will depart, and we'll all be kindly requested to remain seated as we continue with the panel discussion. Onwards now to the final goodwill before His Excellency addresses us. It is coming from the Ministry of Petroleum, Niger Republic. They call their permanent Secretary General. Please welcome Mr. Zubeiru Mazau for his own short minutes of goodwill.
Madame Karim, merci de l'opportunité que vous me donnez en tant que secrétaire général du ministère du Pétrole, qui représente le ministre du Pétrole du Niger.
Thank you very much for the opportunity you have afforded me as the representative of the Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources of the Republic of Niger.
Les autres cérémonies, c'est les ministres qui ont pu participer. Cette fois-ci, c'est le secrétaire général du ministère du Pétrole qui participe.
For other ceremonies, it's the Honorable Ministers of Petroleum Resources that have taken part in them. But this time around, it is the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources that's having the opportunity of taking part.
vu l'opportunité que le Niger tire et le profit que nous tirons du Nigeria, le Nigeria ne peut pas organiser un événement si important que le Niger ne peut pas participer.
In view of the opportunities and the prospects that Nigeria presents to the Republic of Niger, Nigeria cannot be organizing an important event such as this without Niger taking active part in it.
C'est pourquoi, au nom du ministre du Pétrole et au nom du président de la République du Niger, nous vous disons merci. Merci pour tout ce que le Niger a fait pour le Niger.
That is the reason why, on behalf of the President of Niger and the Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources of Niger, would like to say thank you very much to Nigeria for all that Nigeria has been doing to the Republic of Niger.
Bon vent.
I wish you Godspeed.
Merci.
I thank you.
Merci, Monsieur. I had wanted to get, as it were, a list of names of the ambassadors who are here to join the photograph, but I'm told there are quite a number of ambassadors who are here. So Your Excellencies, the ambassadors of nations who are here. When we get to the photograph, we'll also request that your kind presence join dignitaries in taking those pictures. Onwards now, we will take, I have said, and it has also been alluded to by the IPPG chairman, that this last 8 years, I'll be winding down next month, has been quite kind to the oil and gas industry in terms of policies that have become laws, in terms of the number of things that saw the light of the day, which before now had struggled to see the light of the day. So yes, there had been some commendable success recorded in the oil and gas industry under the stewardship of our president, who will soon become, who is now the outgoing president. But he's ably represented here this morning by one of his team members who have also put in a whole lot of work in helping him deliver, as it were, a successful tenure as our president, the secretary to the government of the Federation. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Boss Mustafa, CFR. Now the mic has to go up. This is when I feel very short. You're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Members of the Federal Executive Council here present, of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Chairman of the Board of NNPC, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, captains of industry, delegates from the different African countries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. Let me first apologize for the inability of the Vice President, who is supposed to stand in for Mr. President, who is away in Saudi Arabia for the Lesser Hajj. He also has state commitments out of the city of Abuja. And he has asked me to stand in for him at this summit. And it's quite gratifying for me because these are some of the perks of the office. You get to stand in for your bosses. And I'm doing that with all delight. I'm truly delighted to be back here to open this year's edition of the Nigerian International Energy Summit, NIES, which I had the privilege of inaugurating back in 2018 as the Nigerian International Petroleum Summit. The Nigerian International Energy Summit, NIES, is the brainchild of the Buhari administration, and I'm extremely proud of what the summit has become in the last 6 years. If my recollection is right, we started NIES to counter Nigeria's and indeed Africans' penchant for trooping to the Offshore Technology Conference, OTC, in Houston every year, spending millions of US dollars to do what could better be done on the African continent. It is therefore gratifying to note that so much has been achieved, and NIES has indeed become a truly Pan-African energy event with a global outreach. And for me, it is quite a tremendous honor to have been part of it from the very beginning. This is my last NIES appearance as Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and I feel that it presents me an auspicious opportunity to attempt a brief review of our administration's scorecard in this all-important energy sector. When we assumed office in 2015, the energy sector was not exactly where it should be, but we never shied away from taking on the challenges that faced the sector. Bit by bit, we dismantled some of those challenges, and a lot of people in this room worked closely with us to make things happen. Energy was and will remain a top priority of this administration till my last day in office. That is the reason we paid close attention and birthed a lot of reforms in the sector. We embarked on all these reforms not just because it is good for energy industry, but because it is also good for the overall economy. And our efforts indeed helped grow our economy and created a lot of jobs. The first task we combated was the issue of funding and incentivizing the oil and gas sector. We dealt with it decisively. We exited the federal government from joint venture cash call funding in a very creative way. And this freed up the federal government from the issues of funding the oil sector. The Petroleum Industry Act, PIA, remains our single biggest achievement in the energy sector. For decades, we were told that because of various vested interests, it could be near impossible to pass the bill. But we made it happen. What we did with the PIA, you will all agree with me, was simply revolutionary. And we did it. And we did not rest on our oars with the enactment of the Act. We moved swiftly into action, scrapped the existing agencies and replaced them with new regulators. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC, was immediately transformed to a limited liability company, the NNPC Limited, with a new brand identity, and it is on course to becoming the biggest, most capitalized, and most profitable company in the whole of Africa. In the natural gas sector, we made a lot of progress. The agenda was gas revolution. We pushed from diversification of Nigeria's economy and drove industrialization through domestic gas utilization. We officially declared natural gas as the transition fuel for Nigeria. We launched many initiatives to ensure that natural gas optimization and utilization is a reality. The National Gas Policy of 2017 articulated the policy goals, strategies, and implementation plan to reposition Nigeria as an attractive gas-based industrialized nation through the prioritization of local gas demand requirements, and we put in place a strategic framework to achieve the said objectives. We launched the National Gas Transportation Network Code, which was on the drawing table for several years. The Network Code is a set of rules guiding the use of gas transportation system, a contractual framework between the network operator and the shippers, which provides open and competitive access to gas transportation infrastructure. We are also making progress with the Nigerian gas flare commercialization program, which provides opportunities for the federal government, industries, state governments, ethnic nationalities, and the local communities to work together to resolve oil field unacceptable practices. We declared January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2030 as Nigeria's decade of gas, a period during which the government aspires to accelerate gas production and use same to tackle energy demand, poverty, industrialization, job creation, and ultimately lift 100 million Nigerians out of poverty, among other things. We also made giant strides in infrastructure. We kick-started the $2.8 billion Ajakuta Kaduna Kano AKK natural gas pipeline project. The AKK project would transport up to 3,500 million cubic feet of gas a day from various gas gathering projects and help to generate 3.6 gigawatts of power and support gas-based industries along the route when completed. At present, the 614-kilometer gas pipeline is 43% completed. We have also reinvigorated the private sector in the industry. We ensured an attractive framework for the indigenous companies to take advantage of the investment by international oil companies. This move ensured that the indigenous companies grew their capacity tremendously, and they are now accountable for about 30% of national oil and gas production, up from just 2% in 2010. We implemented a marginal fields bid round and saw to the conclusion of the process, which resulted in the award of petroleum prospective licenses to 161 successful farms, with the federal government raking in about 200 billion naira as well as $7 million from the process. Our administration took the issue of ease of doing business very serious, and we created the conducive environment for businesses to thrive. You don't have to take my word for it, but many of the big businesses that came on stream in the lifetime of this administration are backing up this fact. The $5 billion Nigerian LNG Train 7 project is one of such. It is one of the most ambitious construction projects in Nigeria. Upon completion, the Nigeria LNG Train 7 project will increase the Nigerian LNG terminal production capacity by 35% from the current 22 million metric tons per annum to 30 million metric tons per annum. Another proof that the ease of doing business of this administration is not just a mere matter, is the reality that Dangote refinery has become. It is Africa's biggest oil refinery and the world's biggest single oil, and the world's biggest refining facility in one location. And upon completion, it will process 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day. And this will help Nigeria become the prime destination for oil refining in Africa. Let me also point out that many modular refineries came on stream and are up and running during the lifetime of this administration. Ladies and gentlemen, We made several other modest achievements in the energy sector, and we are documenting them properly for future. Posterity will be kind to this administration in the area of energy reform. This edition of the summit should not only be about our scorecard, but also about the incoming administration and the future of our nation. That is why the theme, which is global perspectives for sustainable energy reform or future, is quite up. I have the privilege of chairing the Presidential Transition Council. And looking at the amount of work and documentation that we have put in place, and we are about to prepare all the transition documents as well as the briefing notes for the incoming government. The volume of work that has been achieved under the tenure of President Muhammadu Buhari is unprecedented, particularly even in the energy sector. And my prayer and hope is that at the end of this summit, whatever you have for the purposes of ensuring that the incoming administration gets to work on the 30th of May, 2023. Please do not hesitate to do the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Convey those documents to us and the areas of strategic intervention that you want the incoming government to embark on as quickly as possible, describing them either as short-term, medium-term, and long-term, so that President-elect Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu can get straight to work to deal with the sustainability of the reforms that have been brought on board. Over the next 4 days, speakers and panelists will dissect the global energy trends and perspectives and provide the incoming administration a good roadmap to drive Nigeria's energy future. I enjoin you all as an industry to give the incoming administration the maximum support and cooperation that I received from you. Finally, I wish to commend the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources and all her parastatals and the organizers of this summit for delivering once again another world-class summit. I promise that I will not turn my back on this summit. This would not be my last appearance at NIES. I hope to be back for the 2024 edition, but in my private capacity as a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is therefore my privilege and honor to declare the 6th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit open, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats for a few seconds. We just want to prep the floor for the picture. Just take your seats and I'll call you back. Just take your seat, I'll call you back in a second, in a minute rather. I want the crew to just quickly, thank you very much. Can we please give Mr. Boss Mustafa another round of applause? He has given us a brief summary of some of the laudable achievements I was speaking to earlier of His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari's administration in the oil and gas industry, and of course, some of the socio-economic policies that impacted the lives of vulnerable and poor Nigerians, and has also given this conference a charge and an assurance that whatever that you come up with by way of a strategic plan of what the industry has to do or should be doing when His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu comes into office May 29th, bring it forward to him and the Minister of Petroleum Resources. They will advance it to the incoming administration and ensure that they give the right kind of advice, show him where the bodies are buried and what to be done. Thank you. Please, one more time, let's give him a resounding applause. Thank you very much, sir. Stephen, I guess we are ready, and I'd like to call you back. Before I call you SGF, so if you just give me a moment, let me invite some of our sponsoring companies to join this. IPPG Chairman, Mr. Razak, can you please step forward, sir? Please come. OPTS Chair, please join him. Thank you very much. Mr. Isiaku of ExxonMobil, please come now. Please come for the picture. Please come. Yes. Oga Ahmed, please, sir. Thank you very much. Please join them. Dr. Michelle Bila, Nigeria LNG, NNPC, Mr. Koha, please come. Stephen, as they are coming, can you be doing your job, please? Thank you very much. Thank you. Please come. Thank you. James Shindi and Mr. Akoni, can you also step forward real quick? Thank you very much. Thank you. The representative of AFDB, please, sir, if you can also come forward. Thank you very much. The representative of Total Energies, I have not seen Mr. Sangster. Can I get someone from Total, please? Is there? Oh, I got Victor, sorry, I didn't see you. Thank you very much. Seplat Energy, is Dr. Choma here? Someone from Seplat, please step forward. Please come. Coleman Cables, please step forward. Let me now call on ES NCDMB, CCE, please step forward. Sir, NUPRC, please step forward. My chairman of board of NNPC, can you please step forward as well, madam? Please step forward. Thank you. Can I have all the ministers in the room, please step forward now. All the ministers in the room, sirs and mas, please step forward. All the ministers in the room, please step forward. Please step forward. Okay. Yes, I'm going there. I'm told that I have about 50 ambassadors here. That would be a lot. I don't know how realistic that figure is, but if that is the case, can I get a few ambassadors? Please join the fray as well. APPO SecGen, Permanent Secretary Nigeria, Permanent Secretary Niger, please step forward. Can I get a couple of ambassadors? I hear they're up to 50. Let me just get some ambassadors. I know 50 might not cut it. Let me get some ambassadors. Thank you very much. Stephen, if we're ready, let's now have Mr. Boss Mustafa join for this picture to happen. My SGF, sir. Do I have ambassadors here now? I have an ambassador. If there's an ambassador here, okay. Okay, another of the ambassadors after this. Okay, so after this, SGF, the PAMSEC, and okay, I think some ambassadors are coming already. All right, cool. No, some of them are here. Sorry, easy. There's still space on the staircase at the top here. Yes, please. This has become like a tradition at this event. This sort of documents the opening ceremony for the organizers. Thank you all very much. Stephen, are we good? Can we take the picture now? Stephen, we're good? Please go ahead. All right, so remember, after this picture, while they are still standing here, Technical will play the national anthem. After the national anthem, all the other dignitaries will go back and take their seat, while His Excellency's representative will take his leave, and we will continue with the session. Remember, in that session, we'll begin by listening to Mr. Kiwumi Adesina, the President of the African Development Bank, and after that, a panel will follow to discuss what his paper will be talking about, where we have the permanent secretaries of the Ministry of Human Resources, Nigeria and Niger Republic. Please, did ambassadors come out? They came out. Please, just give me a second. Mr. Edubong, please. I've just been informed that you should be in this picture real quick. You know, I'm an errand boy. I work as I'm directed. Thank you for your understanding. Just let Edubong join and we'll do one more and we're done. Thank you. Technical, wait for my cue and you will play national anthem. Wait for my cue and you play the national anthem. Stephen, are we good? Please remain standing there. National anthem. Thank you very much. Please, one more time, can we give our speakers and our sponsors the opening ceremony a resounding applause? Please take your seats. Photographers, you can retire to the corner. The event is still ongoing. We have now a panel session. We also have on this panel joining us all the way from Libya, the Minister of Petroleum of Libya. So please remain seated. Take your seat. Please remain seated. Take your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you one more time, Mr. Boss Mustafa, Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Please, let's take our seats. The event continues. The event continues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please take your seats. Photographers, please, can you go back to positions in the corner? We'll appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Photographers, you are the ones making this standing continue. Please go back to your positions. Thank you. Photographers, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please go back to your positions. We have APPO on that panel. We have Africa Energy Chamber on that panel. We have the Minister of Oil and Gas, Government of National Unity of Libya on that panel. And the Senior Vice President, Infrastructure and Climate for Chapel Hill, Denham, will be moderating. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Kunle Stevenson, can I see you, please? Please take your seats. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Can we please allow the chairman of the board of NNPC take her seat? Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who? security versus energy transition, global perspectives for a sustainable energy future. Thank you, Oga Ahmed. If you can please take your seats. Thank you very much. Can we please allow the OPTS chairman take his seat? Mr. N.I.E., sir, if you can please take your seats. Please, can we allow NAPI President take his seat? Let's allow NAPI President take his seat. Thank you very much. Okay, onwards, we continue now. I'd like to invite security versus energy transition, global perspective for sustainable energy future. And thereafter, the panel will be looking at the channel to a sustainable energy future, vision, ambition, and policies. Please join me in welcoming the President of the African Development Bank, one of our own, a seasoned expert when it comes to banking and finance and economic policies. Can we allow the MD of Shell Gas take his seat, please? Mr. Edubong, please take your seat. Thank you. Patrick, take your seat. Please join me in welcoming to deliver the keynote. Thereafter, we'll get into the panel. Mr. Akinwumi Adesina, represented by the Director General of AFDB in the country office here in Nigeria, Mr. Lamin G. Barrow. Can you please put your hands together for Mr. Barrow, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, cool. Just to give me a moment. I need to get everyone settled down. So my speaker is on stage now. Can we please take our seats? Thank you very much. Can we please allow Agatunde Adelano take his seat? We can greet him after. Wonderful. Can we allow the MD of FRASMEC please take his seat? We can continue the networking after. Thank you. Can we allow the publisher of Nigerian News Direct, yes, take his seat. Thank you very much. Aren't you all wonderful and kind? Thank you all very much. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, or MC. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on already established protocol. On behalf of the President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, I have the distinct honor to deliver his keynote address and convey his apologies for being unavoidably absent. I read it as follows. I wish to thank the federal government of Nigeria for its strong and unwavering support to the African Development Bank Group since its inception in 1964, and especially on the bank's 7th general capital increase, which was the largest in its history. I also wish to thank Chief Temipre Silva, Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, for inviting me to deliver this keynote address at the International Panel Session on the theme Security versus Energy Transition, Global Perspectives for Sustainable Energy Future. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the International Economic Energy Summit is timely, considering the rapidly changing dynamics in global energy markets, especially in the wake of Russia's war on Ukraine and their impacts on emerging economies, including oil and gas producing countries. It also comes at a time of heightened discussions globally on sustainable energy and the challenges and opportunities to achieve climate targets and the Sustainable Development Goals. We are also witnesses to the multiple global shocks and disruptions since the COVID-19 pandemic. They have exacerbated socio-economic challenges and significantly eroded the development gains posted over the past decades. Indeed, many African countries are grappling with what is now referred to as a trilemma of challenges, which are namely, firstly, an energy challenge related to the availability, affordability, quality, reliability, and security of energy supplies, particularly in the face of threats posed by climate change. Second is the development challenge, characterized by low growth rates and rising poverty levels, which are now being aggravated by rising indebtedness, high interest rates, and a weakened fiscal space in many countries, thereby increasing economic uncertainties and risks. And finally, the security challenge, mainly arising from a confluence of factors, including climate change, amidst high youth unemployment and rising poverty. The nexus of these challenges create spillover effects and impacts that span across all the dimensions of human security, whether economic, food, health, environmental, physical, community, and political. This backdrop also underscores the fact that for both developed and developing countries, the lack of energy security poses an existential threat to human security. Consequently, many countries are prioritizing energy security, even as increased fossil fuel usage imperils climate action. Fossil fuels, including natural gas, constitute an important part of the energy mix in many countries, with their energy security plans centered on gas as a transition fuel. Faced with the stark realities of global geopolitical and energy security imperatives, many Asian countries, including Japan, India, and China, have taken extraordinary steps to prioritize energy security by increasing purchases above the price caps and in non-US dollar
denominated contracts. Similarly, countries like Germany and the United Kingdom have turned back to coal for power generation. Also, major corporates and multinational oil and gas companies continue to make new investments in upstream exploration and production activities, while many countries have resorted to providing demand-side support through subsidies and other fiscal reliefs to cushion the impacts on households and businesses. Thus, faced with disruptions in the global energy supply chains and climate action imperatives, energy security has become even more crucial for national and international development. Yet, access to international finance for developing countries is increasingly being made contingent to net zero commitments, with little or no reference to security of supply, which is fundamental for the development programs of African countries. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we discuss issues related to energy transition today, especially as related to Africa, let me state from the outset that the continent is energy poor. While accounting for 20% of the world's population, Africa's energy use represents only 6% of the global energy use and just 3% of global electricity demand. Per capita consumption is also low, and at 370 kilowatt-hour per person in some regions is even less than the consumption of a single 50-watt light bulb over a period of 1 year. Although Africa has made important strides in increasing access to electricity, with the share of the total population having access increasing from 44% to 56% between 2010 and 2020, close to 600 million people still do not have access to electricity, and almost 1 billion people lack access to clean cooking energy. To meet SDG 7, African countries need to connect 90 million people annually to electricity over the next 8 years and move 130 million people to use clean cooking fuels each year. Africa's just energy transition must therefore focus on addressing the continent's energy poverty. The few countries with high carbon intensity and near universal access to modern energy should focus on decarbonization, while the others prioritize increasing access to reliable electricity supply and clean cooking for the billion Africans who rely on wood and charcoal burning fires for cooking. Africa's energy transition will require $100 billion annually in investments between 2020 and 2040. Universal access to electricity is possible if the continent fully unlocks its potential in renewable energy resources. With its abundant renewable energy and gas resources, Africa can meet the energy needs of its population as well as achieve industrialization and lift hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The continent boasts 60% of the world's solar potential, but only 1% of the solar generation capacity has been harnessed. 350 gigawatts of hydroelectric potential, of which only 7% has been developed. 110 gigawatts of wind potential and an additional 15 gigawatts of geothermal potential, of which less than 2% has been exploited. Together with the declining cost of solar and wind energy technologies, more affordable energy storage systems make renewables more cost competitive. And this presents a great opportunity to African countries to anchor their investment programs on renewables to meet the future energy needs of our population. And through a combination of renewable energy resources and pragmatic utilization of gas as a transition fuel, the continent is also well positioned to achieve the net zero targets. Priority attention should also focus on developing regional infrastructure, including power transmission interconnections to facilitate energy trade, as well as tap the opportunities for energy exports to Europe and other parts of the world. That is why the African Development Bank is spearheading efforts to integrate Africa's power markets and unlock the continent's vast renewable energy potential. Since 2016, 80% of our investments in power generation are in renewables, including transformative projects such as the 510 megawatt Noor Ouarzazate solar project in Morocco, the world's largest concentrated solar power plant, and the 310 megawatt Lake Turkana wind project in Kenya, which is sub-Saharan Africa's largest wind farm. Under the bank's $20 billion Desert to Power flagship initiative, we seek to develop 10,000 megawatts of solar power across 11 countries in the Sahel belt, which extends from Senegal in West Africa to Ethiopia in Eastern Africa. And upon completion, the Desert to Power will provide renewable energy to 250 million people and will be the largest solar zone in the world. Already, projects are under implementation in Chad, Mali, Burkina Faso, Mauritania, Eritrea, and Niger Republic. Nigeria is also benefiting from the Desert to Power program, with a study for a mega solar park already completed and several investment opportunities being pursued. From Africa's perspective, the transition to clean energy involves not only decarbonization in line with the Paris Climate Agreement, but also ensuring increased access to reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy to drive socio-economic development. Hence the emphasis on just energy transition without compromising energy security. Currently, the bank is supporting African countries to implement their intended nationally determined contributions in line with their climate commitments. While we must do everything possible to expand the use of renewable energy, the intermittency of these resources currently makes it impossible to guarantee security of supply. Natural gas is therefore a key element in the energy mix by providing baseload and flexible generation capacity. Transitioning from diesel or heavy fuel oils and coal to gas generation will reduce emissions in Africa by about 20 and 40% respectively. And estimates show that if sub-Saharan Africa, excluding South Africa, were to triple its electricity consumption overnight using only natural gas, the additional carbon dioxide emissions would constitute only 0.6% to global emissions. Similarly, shifting from fuel wood, charcoal, and kerosene to LPG and natural gas for cooking will lower emissions while saving forests, biodiversity loss, and millions of lives, especially women and children. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's natural gas reserves have become a new major source of supplies to Europe and Asia, especially as importing countries deal with the fallout from the Russian war on Ukraine. Africa is therefore a solution to Europe's and Asia's energy and transition needs. So as we think about energy transition and a sustainable energy future, we should think holistically with due attention to equity and justice, given that Africa has contributed less than 3% to historical global greenhouse gas emissions. With about 80% of the world's platinum reserves, 50% of cobalt reserves, 40% of manganese reserves, and endowed with huge graphite and lithium resources, Africa is also well positioned to contribute to the revolution currently taking place in green industrial value chains. The continent is a crucial source of minerals and metals that are needed for these value chains, including electric vehicles and utility-scale battery storage. And we should just not export these raw materials. We should be manufacturing and adding value to Africa's primary produce. Africa is an ideal place to build lithium-ion batteries to power cars, not only in Africa, but also in Europe and other parts of the world. We must unlock Africa's potential for green hydrogen, currently estimated at $1 trillion. It is also worth noting that some African countries have already started developing green hydrogen projects. And to spur this development, as well as promote green infrastructure in Africa, the African Development Bank, together with its partners, Africa 50 and the African Union Commission, have launched the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, otherwise known as AGIA, which targets raising $10 billion to accelerate Africa's just and equitable transition to net zero. We all have a collective responsibility to do our part in limiting global warming. But what Africa needs is climate justice to achieve universal access without compromising energy security. There must be equity and justice for energy transition. Hence, the international dialogue platforms on Africa's energy transition, such as the opportunity presented by this summit, must be pragmatic and not based on ideology. While Africa must accelerate development of its huge renewable energy resources, the continent should also be given adequate time and space to transition by utilizing its natural gas resources as a transition fuel, just as the case in other continents. With a population expected to almost double from 217 million in 2022 to over 400 million by 2050, Nigeria will emerge as the world's third most populous nation. There is therefore need to guarantee food and energy security by building a domestic economy resilient to global and regional shocks, which have increased both in frequency and intensity. We recognize the bold policy and institutional reforms that have been undertaken and are ongoing, spearheaded by the federal government of Nigeria in the energy, oil and gas sectors. I think the Secretary to the federal government spoke in detail about the actions and results. Also worthy of note is the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan that, if fully implemented, will provide viable solutions to meet the country's energy needs, guarantee security of supply, and achieve net zero by 2060. The African Development Bank is strongly committed to working with the federal government of Nigeria, other development partners, and indeed the private sector to support the implementation of the plan, whose total investment financing requirements up to 2060 are estimated at $1.9 trillion. We commend the federal government also for its commitment to developing LPG value chains to support clean cooking and replace polluting diesel generators, end gas flaring, provide 7.3 million households with improved cooking stoves by 2030, and help transition 25% of all trucks and vehicles to use compressed natural gas by 2030. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the African Development Bank is already supporting Nigeria to develop its power sector. Through the $200 million financing for the Nigeria electrification project, the bank is supporting the development of 76.5 megawatts of power generation capacity, of which 68 megawatts will be from solar sources, thus expanding access, as well as promoting the productive use of energy in rural and urban areas. The bank has also provided $210 million to support the Nigeria Transmission Expansion Project under the Power Sector Reform Program, which will rehabilitate and extend 442 kilometers of transmission lines and provide the associated substations to evacuate up to 2,000 megawatts of power. Also, through the West African Power Pool's North Core project, we have supported efforts to increase electrification and expand power trade among 5 countries, namely Nigeria, Benin, Togo, Niger, and Burkina Faso. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, the use of gas as a transition fuel to expand access to energy and accelerate Africa's industrialization across the energy and industrial value chains is critical. Also important is the need to redirect flared gas, methane emissions to productive uses in manufacturing, agriculture, and fertilizer production. The bank will consider support for gas projects in African countries' energy transition plans that are intrinsically aligned to the Paris climate agreements. Nigeria, and indeed all other African countries, must do more to improve the industrial sector's contribution to GDP from their current levels, and to ensure that the sector emerges as a key driver for inclusive growth, job creation, energy and food security, and taking advantage of the opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area. Let me conclude by emphasizing the need to pursue energy security and climate action as integrated and mutually reinforcing imperatives to achieve the net zero targets and underpin Africa's economic transformation. Energy security is inextricably linked to human, climate, and national security. Together, let's build strong partnerships for a sustainable energy future that is underpinned by a balanced and context-specific approaches to achieve a just energy transition. I thank you and wish you successful deliberations. Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaking on behalf of his principal, Mr. Lamin Barrow, Director General, at AFDB's country office here in Nigeria. Let me not waste any more of your time and just bring up the panel who will come and do justice to their own theme, and I'm sure a bit of what the keynote has highlighted or drawn their attention to. Let me begin by welcoming the Secretary General of Ministry of Petroleum, Niger Republic, Zubairu Mazau. He's on the panel. Monsieur. Joining him, I'd like to welcome Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim, Secretary General of APPO. You're welcome to the panel, sir. Joining them is Executive Chairman, Africa Energy Chamber and Chief Executive Officer of Centurion Law Group, NJ Ayuk JD. To moderate the panel, I'd like to welcome Senior Vice President, Infrastructure and Climate, Chapel Hill Denham, Mrs. Ifoma Finney. Technical, can you confirm to me if I have online Mr. Mohammed from Libya? Is he online? Yes? Oh, fantastic. Mr. On, good. What time is it in Libya now? Good afternoon, I'm guessing. Please, can you say something? Let me be sure we can hear you. I can hear you. Kunle Stevenson, I need to see you real quick. Okay, so I will yield the floor now to our
Yes. As well, yes, he is. Hello, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to today's important panel discussion titled The Channel to a Sustainable Energy Future, Our Vision, Ambition, and Policies. My name is Ifoma Finney, and I'm an investment manager and senior vice president within the infrastructure and climate team at Chapel Hill Denham. I'm extremely delighted to be moderating this highly distinguished panel of African energy ministers and leaders of international energy agencies. It means that we will indeed obtain the global perspectives in line with this year's conference. Esteemed guests, we know that the world is facing unprecedented challenges in the energy sector. Post the pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we have seen supply chain disruptions, we've seen energy prices at record highs, inflation, recessions, and more people being pushed into poverty. The energy sector is also dealing with The energy sector is also contending with climate change, the issue of access to finance, and dealing with balancing energy security, affordability, and sustainability. On the flip side of things, however, we know that there is immense opportunity. We've heard about the development of renewable energy sources. We know that Africa is endowed with renewable energy sources, and there are also emerging technologies. So we know that this is an opportunity. The International Energy Agency forecasts that the renewables share of the power generation mix will rise from 29 to 35% in 2025. So there is the opportunity. So I'm very happy today to have this distinguished panel to share their perspectives, their insights on charting a way to a sustainable energy future. So I'd like to start this afternoon with opening remarks. I'll just manage the conversation. I'm going to ask each panelist to just share their openers on their vision for a sustainable energy future in their countries in Africa. What is important, what is critical, and what should governments be focusing on? Please limit your comments to 4 minutes. I'd like to start with His Excellency Mohammed, Minister of Oil and Gas, Government National Unity of Libya, joining us via Zoom.
We are working with the international community on the transition to the renewable energy. We have managed to have a contract for a 500 megawatt solar generation plant. Another 500 is in the mill. But as I mentioned, and I emphasize this fact that because of the current situation and the international conflicts here and there, that made it difficult for us to transit in a systematic and in a proper way to the renewable energy. We believe that the transit will be the gas between the fossil fuel and the renewable energy. There is a vast resources of gas in African continent that can need to be utilized before. In my country we're trying to go back to our normal production, the oil and gas to about 1.6 million, and we are targeting about 2 million barrels per day in the next 5 years to come. So we believe that the African countries need to, I don't like to say the word dictate, but we need to emphasize the conditions that the African countries need to transit to the renewable energy, so as not to leave behind our vast resources of fossil fuel and gas. This is our intention, and this is our recommendation to such an excellent gathering, to adopt a strategy and to try to convince the international banks and other financial institutes to give special preference to the African nations to invest more in the oil and gas business.
Okay.
A successful gathering and
all right.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a key point there has been the focus on renewable energy sources, and we'll come back to you to delve deeper into that. I'd like to take comments from Mr. Zuberi Mazo, Secretary General, Ministry of Petroleum, Niger Republic. Sir, your opening remarks.
Je me présente, Zoubeir Moazou, je suis le secrétaire général du ministère du pétrole du Niger. Je représente ici le ministre du pétrole du Niger, Mohamed Sani Mahamadou, qui, dû à son emploi du temps, n'a pas pu participer. Aujourd'hui, les thèmes que nous échangeons constituent, pour le moins qu'on puisse dire, un atout, puisque l'énergie, aujourd'hui, tous les pays du monde sont en train de courir, de chercher la possibilité de faire une couverture énergétique importante. Pour le cas du Niger particulièrement, le Niger est un pays béni par la plupart de l'énergie, notamment le soleil. De 6h30 à 19h30, le pays est ensoleillé. Ça veut dire que c'est une possibilité pour le pays de s'alimenter à partir de l'énergie solaire. Malheureusement, qui représente seulement 1% du mix énergétique. Il y a également, le Niger est un pays producteur de l'uranium, mais qui est utilisé par d'autres pays. Il y a également le vent qui est source de l'énergie. Il y a l'eau également qui est source de l'énergie. Il y a enfin le pétrole et le gaz, dont je vais essayer de m'étaler là-dessus. Je ne sais pas s'il y a un traducteur.
Oui, je peux intervenir à ce niveau-là.
Allez-y.
My name is Mazu Zoubeirou, and as I said, I have the honor to represent the Honorable Minister of Petroleum, who is unable to come to attend this meeting. And with regards to what we are discussing, Niger is so much blessed in terms of energy sources. In all the Department of Energy Sources, Niger has a lot of advantages. First of all, Niger has abundant energy in terms of solar energy. From 6 a.m. till 6 p.m., Niger has a lot of sunshine that provides its energy. In the same vein also, Niger has abundant reserve of uranium, which is also used for energy production. And it's a common knowledge also that in the energy mix, Niger also is blessed in terms of petroleum resources. All this make Niger to be in a vantage position in terms of energy production for the development of the country as well as of that of the continent.
Je voulais ajouter, en dehors de ces ressources, également la production du charbon, dont nous avons une société qu'on appelle Souricha, qui est en train de faire une production à partir du charbon.
And aside from this one, we also have the coal industry. There is a company that is called Socharbon, which also is producing a lot of coal energy for our use.
Pour ce qui concerne mon département ministériel, qui est le ministère du pétrole, le Niger a débuté la production pétrolière en 2011.
As for those who are much concerned about the petroleum resources in terms of energy resources, Niger started in 2011 oil production.
Nous avons une raffinerie de 20 000 barils jour.
We have a refinery of 20,000 barrels of oil per day.
la production locale ou la consommation locale est de l'ordre de 13 000 barils par jour et les 7 000 barils par jour exportés vers les pays comme le Mali, le Burkina et un peu le nord du Nigeria.
And the local production is of 13,000 barrels per day, leaving us with the balance of 7,000 barrels of oil per day, which are exported to neighboring countries of Mali, Burkina Faso, and also the northern part of Nigeria.
Mr. Zabaro, I will come back to you. Let me just take the opening comments from across the rest of the panelists, please. So I'd like to go to Dr. Omar Farouk, Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers Organization. Please, your opening comments on your vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this topic is very, very wide. If there's one message I just want to get across to the audience, it is the need or the imperative of a second paradigm shift in the discourse on energy transition in Africa. For the last 50 years, from the last quarter of the last century to date, we've been inundated with energy transition. There's a global paradigm shift. The rich, the poor, the developed and underdeveloped countries have all come to accept that the world needs to move on, leave fossil fuels behind for renewable energies. And even those countries that are dependent on fossil fuels are saying the same thing. What we don't seem to say is that having accepted this global paradigm shift, the challenges that this paradigm shift has thrown to us, particularly on the African continent, in our effort to look for solutions to these challenges, we still go back to the traditional solutions. What we are saying in APPO is that you can't succeed in addressing the challenges that today's energy transition poses to Africa if there isn't, or if you don't have a second paradigm shift. And that second paradigm shift is a paradigm shift in the search for the solutions to the challenges that have been thrown to us. Let me give you a quick example. I hope, so I haven't taken three minutes yet.
Please go ahead.
Basically what I'm saying is our industry people, our analysts, etc., when confronted with the challenges that energy transition has posed to the African continent, tell us that the solution, and I'm sure NJ will not be happy with me to hear this, is do more of the same thing. Make your environment a lot more, make your system a lot more investor friendly. Create room for foreigners to bring their monies. And reduce taxes, etc. Our position is those archaic thinking will never get us out of the solution. We have to begin to think out of the box. We have to begin to think outside of the ways we've been thinking for the last 100 years. The current global international order as constituted, which we look up to for the salvation of Africa, will not help us. It's very difficult to accept this because the elites in Africa believe that if you try to fight this system, you are fighting an unwinnable battle, and at the end of the day, some of the lifestyles that we have come to develop, we cannot get to sustain it. We should be ready to make the necessary sacrifice if we want to truly and fundamentally change the living conditions of the African people. I'll talk about this more as we talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to come back to you to delve deeper into these new and innovative methods and ways we can sustainably develop the sector. So I'll come to NJ now. Mr. NJ Ayuk, Executive Chairman, African Energy Chamber. Your opening comments, please.
Thank you. Dr. Farooq, I actually agree with you sometimes. We have heard this morning from various speakers, 600 million, no access to electricity, 900 million, no access to clean cooking, most of them women. But what it's been devoid of is hearing about our potential and opportunities, but then we have to start looking at solutions. Whether it is African solutions, whether it is global solutions, but it has to start looking at working towards that path, towards a sustainable energy future. I promised myself when I get to Nigeria, I wouldn't use those 3 words of freedom, drill, baby, drill. But then I think about it, we still need to be talking about drill, baby, drill. That is our path to a sustainable future. It is going to be very difficult to look at a country like this, to look at Nigeria and other African countries and not talk about drilling for natural gas or even drilling for oil. You are going to need natural gas to get us to that sustainable future. It might not be what you want to hear, but in your guts, you know I'm right. Why do we need gas? When you had a crisis in Europe, Europeans didn't turn to wind or solar. They turned to natural gas, and I saw a lot of them flying on airplanes, some of them who had not come to Nigeria for a long time. They came here looking for gas. That means that there is something very good and decent in a cleaner fossil fuel. And yes, Dr. Farooq, to get there, we still need to look at those enabling environment. And case in study is this country, where for 20 years we had a big stall on the Petroleum Industry Act. We saw rig counts going down, we saw investments dropped, we saw deep water offshore exploration did not happen. That was a clear testament on when you lack that enabling environment to really drive it up. So it's sometimes we have to really challenge ourselves. And that challenge that we have to do to ourselves, it has to come from us. And Dr. Farooq, one of the most beautiful things you did, and I thank you for inviting me last year, was with you in May when you signed a partnership with Afreximbank to create that African Energy Bank. That's a good thing, but we need 200 of them. We don't just need one, we need 200. So thank you for that great work. But bigger than that, we also need to understand that those solutions to a just energy transition. By the way, I have a book out there. I don't know why you guys haven't bought my book. I'm still selling them, $19.99 in the store.
We're going to hear more about the book.
Give me a minute, I'll finish.
Okay.
That just energy transition is going to be formed and done right here with us. So I tell you this, Superman is not coming to save us. Batman is not coming to save us. Wakanda Forever is a good movie, but the Black Panther is not coming. You would have to determine that path to a just energy transition, and it starts right here in Nigeria.
Thank you, NJ. I know that some experts have said that net zero isn't zero fossil, and I think you've just sort of, expanded on that. So we'll hear more about your perspectives on this panel. I'll come back to you. I'm going to go back to His Excellency Mohammed, joining via Zoom. Is he on? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Minister of Oil and Gas, Government of National Unity of Libya. So I'm going to come to you. Libya has significant renewable potential. You've mentioned that, including solar and wind resources. How is the government promoting the development of renewable energy in the country, and what progress has been made so far? Please share your thoughts on this.
Yes, as I mentioned, we embark on renewable energy transition to the renewable energy. We have signed a contract for 500 megawatts solar power plant. There is another 500 mega also in the mill, and the government is embarking on a major project that, if executed, could even contribute to export electricity to Europe from the solar. This project is, of course, still under discussion and not been finalized yet, but it's a very, very ambitious program that can contribute to suffice in internal consumption and exporting a large amount of electricity to outside Libya. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'd want to know, in terms of the progress and what lessons maybe you can share, 1 or 2 lessons that we can pick from.
Well, the progress made, as I mentioned to you, we have already signed a contract. We hope that probably in a year and a half, the first power plant will be online. This project, as I mentioned, big project is under discussion now, and we need as a country to work hard on this respect, because we do have one of the best sun shining in the world, perhaps in Libya, so we can benefit totally out of this in parallel with exploiting quickly and reducing the emissions of carbon and reduce the dependence on the oil and fossil fuel.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to go to Mr. Zuberi Mazu. I'm coming back to you. Niger Republic is relatively young when compared with some of its other African peers. Now, given the lessons learned across the continent, what role do you think policy has in developing this sector and at the same time facilitating the energy transition?
Merci de l'opportunité que vous me donnez une fois de plus pour parler de la transition énergétique au Niger. Le Niger étant un jeune pays qui a juste commencé la production pétrolière, et en ce sens que pour nous, la transition énergétique est un concept de la mesure où un pays qui vient de commencer la production du pétrole, allait-il fermer ses puits pétroliers pour aller vers la transition énergétique?
Thank you very much for the opportunity you give me to talk once again on the issue of the energy transition. As you have rightly said, Niger is a country that has just started oil production. And I would like to say that as a country that has just started production of oil, Niger would not be in haste to embark on energy transition, given the fact that we have just started.
Mr. Mazo, I will come back to you on your...
Je peux continuer?
I'll come back to you on your thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you. Can I continue?
Oh, did you have more comments?
Ok. Je pense que la politique pétrolière au Niger a défini que nous avons des gisements gaziers. Nous avons des découvertes de gaz, soit des gaz qui sont associés. Et ce gaz, c'est ça que nous avons transformé, soit en butane, soit en engrais, où nous allons le transformer en énergie, la transformation du gaz en électricité. Mais ce que nous avons fait, nous avons pensé que pour faire une bonne couverture électrique au Niger, d'électricité au Niger, il fallait utiliser le pétrole brut pour le transformer en électricité. Actuellement, nous avons une société qu'on appelle Stimar West Africa qui est en train de transformer le pétrole brut en électricité pour accompagner les grandes villes comme Niamey et Zander dans la période chaude.
We have a lot of gas reserve in Niger, and we are working on the possibility of making use of these gas reserves to generate energy for the country. And we plan to make use of the crude oil to power up this production of energy. As a matter of fact, we have a local company that is helping with the production of the energy for the electricity production to cover up shortfalls that we have in the regions of Zender and other regions of the countries.
L'importance de l'électricité, je vais donner juste un exemple. Nous avons constaté que dans les zones rurales, là où l'électricité n'existe pas, il y a une fécondité importante.
We have witnessed that there are some kind of shortage in terms of electricity supplies in some part of the countries, and we're working to make sure that we provide for this deficit.
Je voudrais dire que dans les zones où il y a un manque d'électricité, la fécondité est importante. Et aujourd'hui, nous sommes en train de faire une politique démographique importante. Il faut jouer, et en jouant, il faut amener l'électricité dans ces zones pour pouvoir ralentir le taux de fécondité dans cette zone.
And as I said, that there are some areas in Niger where there is this shortfall in terms of energy supplies, and we are trying to develop a policy which will enable us to downplay this kind of lack and be able to supply to take care of the needs in these places.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mazu. You did mention that you're not in a haste, but you also mentioned the fact that there's gas, which many have tagged as a transition fuel. So, we'll come back to you on your thoughts on that. I am going to go to Dr. Omar right now, Dr. Omar Farouk, Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers Organization. The question, the African Petroleum Producers Organization plays a key role in promoting cooperation among all producing countries on the continent. How is APPO working to support the development of the sustainable energy future in Nigeria, and what policies and initiatives are being pursued in this area?
Thank you very much. Basically, we have complained, we have identified the challenges that energy transition poses to the African continent and the member countries of our organization. But we have gone beyond just identifying these challenges and also really coming up with solutions to them. The basic thing is we have understood that the way things are today, there isn't any one African country that is into oil and gas that can say that it has all it takes to run that industry, whether it's Nigeria or Algeria or Angola or Equatorial Guinea. No, none of them has what it takes in terms of finance, in terms of technology, in terms of expertise, or even creating the market. So the important thing is we have come to realize that when we come together, we have more than what we need to be able to develop the energy industry on the African continent. And that informed our decision to partner with the Afri-Exim Bank to establish the Africa Energy Bank, whose main focus is going to be funding oil and gas projects on the African continent. Beyond funding, as most of you would know, if you go to Europe, if you go to America, a number of the institutions that we send our oil and gas operators to for training, are closing down. Always give example of the Imperial College London. Number of institutions also in the US. Very soon, since these countries are leaving the oil and gas industry, we are going to be left with no places to send our highly technical people for training. We realize this, and we also understand that within the African continent, there are many institutions or centers of training in oil and gas, but not a single one of them can be said to be what we will call a center of excellence in upstream, midstream, or downstream. And if each country is to put resources to develop to those centers to the level that will make them really true centers of excellence, given what we have in terms of demand on governments and even the private sector, we shall be dissipating our resources. So we've come to the conclusion that we are going to identify within our member countries those that have gone very far in terms of having these structures. Then we will see what we can do to develop them and designate them as regional centers of excellence. Nigeria does not have to be the center of excellence in upstream, in midstream, in downstream, and everything, and gas. No. You take one or two and be a center of excellence, and Egyptians, Angolans, Namibians can come here instead of going to Europe and America. And Nigeria can send its operators in maybe upstream or downstream or whichever sector that is not a center of excellence in Nigeria to another country, to Libya, for example, to Algeria, to Angola, or any of these. We have just done, in the last 1 year, a evaluation visit to all the research and development centers in APPO member countries. And we are very impressed with what we have seen. All we need to do now is to do the necessary coordination, find out what is missing in these places, and see what we can do to provide those things. We can still go to Europe and America and bring the experts that are teaching in those institutions that are closing down to come and help us develop these things on the African continent. Africa is not against the West or Europe, no. We will take the best from them in order to be able to develop our continent. What we are saying is, it is high time we looked within. And that's exactly what APPO is doing today, creating the fund and also creating the institutions that will make it possible for us to be able to start from the beginning to the end with Africans doing this job. The good thing about this, madam, is this. Today in Africa, we have come to the realization that this industry cannot be run the way it has been run in the past. In Nigeria, we used to look to Europe and America. In Egypt, the same thing. Today, and I'm very proud to say that in the last 1 year alone, we have had 4 meetings of the chief executives of national oil companies of APPO member countries. Angola hosted 2, Nigeria hosted 1, and just about 3 weeks ago, Algeria hosted the 4th one. What we are saying today is that our national oil companies and operators have come to the realization that their future lies in cooperation within the African continent. This was not so in the past. And this is the way I think Africa is going to get out of the mess that we found ourselves in today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar. I think those were great points and really just sums up African solutions to African problems. So I think what we want to get to is African solutions to global problems. So thank you very much for those great points. Angie, I'm going to come to you now and remind you of our theme of charting a path to a sustainable energy future. Just hearing your opening comments, around, drilling and, gas. I want to talk to you about gas because many experts have tagged it as a transition fuel. Can you just share what role you think natural gas can play and how, we can go along to develop this resource sustainably? Thank you.
I think natural gas is one of the biggest blessings. I was watching an interview a few days ago, and someone said the gas that has been flared in Nigeria could power the majority of Africa. That's been flared. That is a basic indication of what gas could mean. Of course, gas is going to be a transition fuel, and we should not underestimate that. But I still come back to believe that when you talk about that sustainability, you're looking at gas where if a year and a half ago, Europe decided that gas was green energy, and they would finance gas and gas taxonomy in Europe. But when it comes to Africa, gas will not be financed in Africa. So how do you tell people that gas is so important, but you wouldn't finance gas in Africa? I think gas is everything. It's going to be a gas continent. I wish African countries would have discovered gas before they discovered oil. And if we really have to look at that transition, then we really have to play the gas game. But now we have to start looking at small-scale LNG. We have to start looking at gas-to-power projects. But even bigger than that, we are in Nigeria, Africa's gas giant. We have to continue working on that enabling environment. I think Dr. Farouk would agree with me on this. I think it is so critical. We need to cut down red tapes. It shouldn't take so long to approve a gas project than the time you need to build that project. That's so important. And you might not be so comfortable. We got to cut taxes. I don't like paying taxes. I pay my fair share, but we need to cut taxes. The taxes are too damn high, but we need to incentivize those who are doing gas development. Look at the guys who are doing virtual LNG here in Nigeria. Great company. I forgot I met them the other day, Greenville. You need to incentivize those guys. You need to create and open up an opportunity where small-scale producers, small Nigerian gas producers, or people working across the value chain could take gas from some of the IOCs and really drive that up. 90 million Nigerians don't have access to electricity. It is not something that we have to say it is acceptable. I know you love renewables a lot, but those sustainable development goals, what do you call SDG 7, you cannot meet them with 90 million without access to electricity. And so gas is going to be so important. That's why I think we at the chamber, we support what they're doing with pipelines. We don't think there's anything wrong with pipelines. If you can build them anywhere, as long as you can do it safe, sustainably, that is fine. It is gas, baby gas. Sign the deals and let's get moving. Stop the delays.
Thank you very much, NJ. I'm going to go back to His Excellency Mohammed Mohammed. You still on? Yes.
Yes,
thank you.
I hear you.
Yes, I want to talk to you about the role of partnerships and collaboration. Now, what kind of partnerships and collaborations do you see as crucial for Libya to achieve its sustainable energy goals? And how is the government working to establish or strengthen these partnerships?
Well, our government is encouraging highly the partnerships with foreign companies. Of course, we encourage if there is African or Arab countries that are willing to invest in Libya, we definitely will encourage that and support it highly. But currently, we are partnering with the oil business, the oil sector, for example. We are partners with a lot of international oil companies that has been working in the country for decades actually, since the early 50s, when we late 50s when we discovered oil in Libya. We're still in partnerships with those companies, and these companies has now changed to some sort of rather than pure oil, they changed their names also to energy companies that will include the renewable energy, and one of them actually are contributing with us in the new power plant and the new solar power plant. It's done in partnerships with the foreign companies. So we highly encourage that. The electricity company is also adjusting their laws to accept the generation of this power and to transmit it to the consumers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going back to Mr. Zuberi Mazu. Niger Republic is known to have significant reserves of uranium, which is a key component in nuclear energy production. Do you see nuclear energy as a viable option for meeting Niger's energy needs? And how will Niger ensure sustainability in the development of this resource? Please share your thoughts on this.
Alors, pour pouvoir revenir à l'énergie nucléaire,
to come back to the nuclear energy issue,
il faut d'abord avoir la technologie.
There is need for us to, first of all, have the appropriate technology.
Et la technologie ne peut s'offrir que si on a les compétences.
And technology can only be developed when we have appropriate competencies.
C'est pourquoi je pense qu'il n'est pas nécessaire pour mon pays, pour le moment, de penser à l'énergie nucléaire.
And that is the reason why I don't think it is necessary for my country presently to start thinking about developing nuclear energy.
Pour de simples raisons que quand nous prenons ce qui se passe en Ukraine, la guerre de l'Ukraine qui a causé un certain nombre de difficultés à certains pays et qui, par conséquent, ont fait recours à leur mine de charbon et ont commencé la production d'électricité à partir du charbon. C'est pour dire que la transition énergétique doit tenir compte des capacités des pays, des ressources des pays, des technologies des pays et les compétences liées, n'est-ce pas, à tout ce qui peut concourir à ça.
And when you take the case study of Ukraine, in view of the current war that is going on there, you discover that they have had to have recourse to coal energy. And this is not without the fact that they discovered that they would not be able to sustain the nuclear energy production. And therefore, we, in Niger, we feel that for you to embark on any form of energy development, you need to think about the capacity, the resources, and the competencies of the country that is available in the country before you can embark on such kind of adventure. And that's the reason why we feel that it would not be a wise decision for us to embark on nuclear energy development at the expense of those ones that we are capable of developing and maintaining.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mazu. I think those are great points in terms of realizing, what is required. And, eventually, there would be a pathway. So thank you for that. I'm coming back to Dr. Omar, and I'm going to ask you, a gender question. The oil and gas industry has traditionally been male-dominated. How is APPO working to promote gender equality and diversity in the sector? And what benefits do you see from having a more diverse workforce in the petroleum industry?
I'm not sure whether I'm the right person to ask this type of question. Look, whoever can contribute to an industry should come and contribute. I don't believe, I've never believed in this gender. Look, I believe we have very competent women who can be doctors, who can be engineers, and so on and so forth. I think, to be very honest, let me say this, I'm speaking as Omar Farouk, not as the Secretary General of APPO. For APPO, because I have my minister there, for APPO, we don't have a policy on this. Okay. It has not been discussed and agreed. Therefore, I cannot come and say that this is the position of APPO, affirmative action for women in the industry. No. I want to believe it's a good thing, but I don't think we should be that obsessed about these issues. Encourage everybody. If men are there, let them do it. If women are there, let them do it. That's all I can tell you. I don't think I want to go into.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I think maybe that's something that, that can start to be discussed if there isn't any policy in that regard right now. I'm going to come to NJ. NJ, talking about financing, the energy transition will require significant investment in new technologies and infrastructure. How can African countries attract the necessary investment to finance this transition? Are there any innovative financing models that we can explore?
I think start by financing women. We cannot accept that our energy industry still has to be that industry, and I think specifically the African energy industry has to be held backward. It's unacceptable that women are still the last hired and first fired in our industry. That's just not right. And sometimes we take our male-dominated privileges and we take that for granted. It is unacceptable, and we need to change that. You cannot talk about a just energy transition, and you can't talk about changing how this industry is going to go forward in the future if we're going to leave 52% of Africa's population behind when it looks at. I think we should be more forceful, we should be more rigorous in how we shape it. It doesn't mean that men should be kicked out, but I think that there needs to be some equity, and it might not be what you want to hear and know that, but it's unacceptable. Less than 3% of women being working in oil and gas is not acceptable, folks, and we have to look at the mirror. And sometimes in our continent, mirrors are not just to reflect what you see, mirrors are to correct what we see. And that's an issue that I think I would love to work with my good friend, Dr. Omar Farouk, and Oneka is sitting right there. Oneka, where are you? Stand up. She's working with the African women in energy. You should be talking to Dr. Farouk, and you should help them get that together. Now let's talk about money. If it comes to financing that just transition, we need to look at something. What makes money? Money goes where it's welcome. Money goes where it is nurtured. If you create that environment, if you ensure that the projects are bankable, money comes in. We cannot just wait. Dr. Farouk has done an amazing job. And every time I talk to him, I congratulate him on what they did together with the African Energy Bank. We still have to encourage him to get there and finish that job. But also, it's really important that we look at small-scale financing, whether it is African venture capitals, African hedge funds, different things, because you're going to have to build it from here and not wait on others to come. And finally, I tell you this, we would really have to think different. I think if you're looking at that, and I think most of us would jump into this renewable thing, but you're not going to drive a Tesla without being able to finance electricity. It's not going to happen, folks. It's not going to happen. You get a Tesla right here in Nigeria, the lights turn off, you'll be stuck on the road. You'll be stuck on the road. So let's get to some reality. And if you are going to have that financing in there, you need to get your documents together. And there's a lot of small businesses here who are looking at financing, whether you want to do renewables or small-scale projects, or whether it's local content projects. We need to get our act together. And it's not about us just waiting for somebody or waiting for Dr. Farouk to bring the big money. It's not going to happen. You need to get out there, work for it. You need to start looking at engaging with banks and different kind of places and do projects. Stop waiting for someone to come do for you what you can do for yourself. It's all about us, and get that fire in your belly to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Go to the National Nigerian Content guy. He has a lot of money. He might help you a little bit. Simbi is here. But get up in the morning and push it. And if there's anything that makes me love coming to this country, Nigeria, it is that energy, that drive. You get on a plane going down to Lagos, you see everybody, they're moving all around. You see trucks, you see everybody, the hustler mentality, they can drive it. And I think that is a sense of what Africa can steal out of this country, and that sense of optimism. And there is money to be made in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, NJ. And I thank you for also responding to the initial question. I think I'm going to hold you to that point later on in your work with APPO on that. I'd also like to add, that I work in the finance industry, and what NJ was mentioning about not just looking for foreign investments, we should also be looking inwards, and that's what we do at my firm. So I'm at a fund where we have raised money from the pension fund industry. The pension fund industry is over 15 trillion in Nigeria alone. So basically making use of the capital market to finance these sorts of projects, I think is very, very important. So I just wanted to bring that point. Richmond, I don't know, do we have time for one more round? I think this has been a very interesting panel. One more round of questions, or should we close? Yes? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go back to His Excellency, Mohammed. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'd like to speak to you about, the current challenges that you see. So what challenges do you see in achieving a sustainable energy future in Libya? And, what are the current steps that you are taking to address these challenges? Please share Libya's experience.
Well, the prevailing circumstances in our country since 2011, this is one of the difficulties that we're facing, though we have seen drastic improvement in this situation. Plus the highly competent people to cope with the new challenging projects and also to release a lot of our financial assets that has been frozen since 2011. This is the major 2 or 3 challenges actually that we're facing. Thank you.
So in terms of the steps that the government is taking on those challenges, what would you say Libya is doing right now?
Well, the steps are progressing, but as I mentioned, progressing slowly because of the prevailing circumstances. We have signed contracts, and you have to mobilize the infrastructure companies that will, with the logistic support and with the personnel staff and so forth in the country. And this is still a lot of companies are somewhat skeptical about the situation in the country, but we have seen drastic improvement. We feel that the international community is trying hard to make the stabilization in the country and to go forward with the election and so forth. And we feel hopefully in the near future things will improve.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing that. Mr. Zubero, your question, so you have mentioned that, it is a young industry, you're not in a haste, but the global energy landscape is evolving. There's a shift towards renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro. How is Niger Republic positioning itself to take advantage of these emerging trends, and what opportunities do you see for your country in this sector? Thank you.
Alors, l'opportunité ou les perspectives du Niger, c'est d'abord de développer nos découvertes. construire notre pipeline pour faire sortir le pétrole brut. Et je pense, avec ce que peut générer le pétrole, on peut se permettre d'acheter la technologie, puisqu'il s'agit de le faire, de renforcer les capacités des ressources humaines, afin qu'on puisse aller vers la production de l'énergie solaire.
So with the current situation in the country, what we want to do first of all is to develop the energy prospects, that's the crude oil prospect, build up the pipeline, and ensure that there is a very good production of the petroleum resources there. And with that in Kitty, we should be able to then have the necessary resources and human resources, especially competencies and other things that we need to be able to venture into the development of other renewable energies, such as solar energies.
Aujourd'hui, la part pour le mix énergie du solaire est de 1% sur le total des mix énergétiques.
The share of the energy, solar energy in the energy mix is just 1% out of the energy mix that we have in the country.
Mais il y a beaucoup de projets aujourd'hui qui sont en train de, avec un contrat de bail, ils sont en train de produire de l'énergie solaire. Et c'est ça que la Société nationale de l'électricité achète pour effectivement contribuer à l'électrification des grandes villes.
And there are some small projects which are being developed and in area of solar energy. And that is what Niger government has tried to buy into so as to be able to aid the electrification of some areas in Niger.
Merci.
I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Omar, so many African countries are still facing significant challenges related to energy access and affordability. So what role do you see for APPO in promoting universal access to energy across Africa? Please share your thoughts on that.
Basically, this is one challenge that has been the focus of APPO in the last 36 years, but more especially since the reform in 2019. There is uneven access of energy on the African continent, even though Africa is the poorest when it comes to energy access in the world. That poverty is not uniform. In North Africa, to a large extent, they are doing much better than the sub-Saharan Africa. And even within sub-Saharan Africa, there is also a lot of difference between some countries. Now, why are we including particularly the sub-Saharan African countries poverty-stricken when it comes to energy? At the same time, we're exporting our energy. I'll give you a good example. This very country, you produce oil, you produce gas, but you can't put on the electricity in your homes and your factories and you get the light. It applies not just to Nigeria. You go to Angola, you go to many other African countries that are exporting energy, and their people are living in energy poverty. I believe that energy transition is a blessing to Africa. Not because we are transiting away from fossil fuels to renewable energies, but because those that have been taking that energy will not need our energy anymore, and we will have now to develop it for our own people. We will have to empower our people to have that access, and once that is done, that issue about Africans do not have the money to buy energy, the man in the village, will all be gone. It's a vicious circle, madam. Unless you break that vicious circle and allow these people to have the power to buy the energy or to access the energy, it will be a continuous thing. But once you break it, I've always given an example with Lee Kuan Yew, from the third world to the first world. If you read his book, the first thing he did is to say that, look, I want to give my people energy. Because once you give them energy, their productivity increases manifold. And nobody becomes a poor person anymore. And if you don't have poor people in the country, then the economy gets better and everybody becomes much better. We are working in APPO, every single step we've taken in the last 3 years. Establishing the Africa Energy Bank to take care of the funding of the industry, creating institutions that will make for expertise and technological and research and so on, creating markets and infrastructure. These are things that APPO is doing today to ensure that we have or we deliver access to our country's people to be able to have energy. And here I must say seriously that Nigeria has gone very far in sub-Saharan Africa in terms of the development of their manpower in the energy sector, in terms of even technological development. And here I told you our people just went around African countries, and they were very impressed with what they saw with the NCDMB, with PTI in Efuru, and others. Nigeria has the potential. Just look within and stop looking outside, and you'll make it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're still on the point of African solutions. NJ, I'll just ask you, because you did mention your book earlier. So some have argued that the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the transition to renewable energy by exposing the vulnerabilities of our global energy systems. What lessons do you think we can learn from the experience? Maybe just summarize, some aspects and share with the audience. Thank you. So what lessons do you think we can learn from the experience of, the COVID pandemic and what happened to the energy industry at that time? Yeah.
I think what we saw with the pandemic and also the crisis in Ukraine is that Africa got saved by the bell. And we could have been hit really hard. We saw that nobody can save you. You would have to do it yourself. And Nigeria we saw lockdowns, we saw energy transition going on a fast track, but we also saw a global shift that was very, very unjust. I was at COP, but right after COP, what happened? You're talking about lessons. The lessons I learned there was that within 3 months after COP, you had one country put out 50 oil licenses and said, we're giving out 50 oil blocks while telling Africans and Nigerians to leave it in the ground. Coal mines were opened in Germany and the United Kingdom for the first time in 30 years. The United States put out open federal lands for drilling, and just about 2 weeks ago, they went on an $8 billion drilling campaign. I mean, you can imagine I saw the guys from Chevron or Exxon here. You imagine what they could do if you give them $8 billion to drill across Nigeria or across the Gulf of Guinea, how much gas we could find. They did that. Those lessons are the stark lessons that we have to see. It can't be, we shouldn't sugarcoat this. So we've seen one set of rules for privileged and wealthy global elites and really rich people, the sense of do as I say, but don't do as I do, and you turn that to poor people with no access, young people not having a chance in their own country, and you telling them that their only hope is to cross and ship out to the Mediterranean, cross the Mediterranean or the Sahara to find greener pastures in Europe. Those are the lessons. That's real, folks. And if we don't turn that around and start looking at, and by the way, if you're not going to COP, you should be going to COP. Don't send these environmental ministries to COP. Send oil guys to COP. Those are who needs to be there. So I don't hate the environmentalists. I love them. But we need to have your voices in those rooms making those clear, critical decisions. Our trajectory, where we're going, whether it's as Nigeria or Africa, it's very, very different. And your voices needs to be heard. And I end with this. One of my greatest heroes in history, Dr. King Jr., he said the arc of a moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. It bends towards justice. It doesn't bend by itself. It doesn't bend by itself. It's what we do. Everybody, whether with your money, you give me some of that money. Whether with your money, what you do, how you invest, and how we move it. That's how we shape that energy future, that sustainable, just energy transition. There got to be some justice in this transition, folks. It cannot just be Africa selling itself out because you're expecting some fancy solar panels on your doors that would not really work, if you ask me. We need baseload energy, not intermittent energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angie. I think we're very clear on your views on this. I think we're wrapping up the panel now, and so we will just take closing comments from each of the panelists. Please keep it to 30 seconds. I just want to ask you a call to action. What message or call to action would you like to leave with the audience today that will accelerate Africa's transition towards a more sustainable energy future? One message. Please keep it brief, 30 seconds. I'll start with you, His Excellency Mohammed Mohammed. Is still on? I think we've lost the audio.
Work hard for the best interest of our citizens as Africans.
Can you just come again? I think we lost a bit of your message.
My message is that we as an Africans, we have to work our best for the best interest of our African citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zubairu, your comments, please.
Mon dernier commentaire, c'est qu'il faut mutualiser les efforts. Si l'Afrique peut mutualiser ses efforts, nous pensons qu'on peut trouver des solutions par rapport à tous les problèmes que nous avons. Merci.
My parting message is that we should pull together all our efforts. And by so doing, we will be able to provide solutions to virtually all the problems facing Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Omar, please.
I'm not sure that we should do something to accelerate Africa's transition to energy, renewable energy. We should take our time and do things right. And I also want to advise those that are pushing us to quicken our pace of energy transition that it is not in their best interest to force Africa into a rushed energy transition. Because when they do that, and we are forced to exit oil and gas, lose that one without being able to get renewable energy, what you are seeing today in terms of what Ayuk has just said, Africans crossing the Mediterranean into Europe, believe me, by 2035, 2040, what you will see will be 1,000 times worse than what you're seeing today. Because when we wake up in the next 20 years, we have not been able to develop renewable energy on the African continent, and we have been made to abandon our fossil fuels, there wouldn't be energy. And the people on the continent will not stay here and die. They will go where they think
life is better. And there is nothing anybody can do about it. You will have more and more people dying in the Mediterranean. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Umar. NJ, final comments.
Sign all the pending oil and gas deals that will get you to a sustainable energy. There's a lot of deals on the tables of governments that are not being signed. There's a lot of approvals that are not being done. Cut those red tape, cut approvals, let the industry move, let the private sector lead the way. And you know what? It's gas, baby, gas.
I'd just like to say, can we give our panelists a round of applause? I think this was a very interesting, thought-provoking panel. And just to wrap up, we have just touched on several areas: the importance of gas, the importance of financing, how it needs to be a just and sustainable energy transition, and especially the importance of women. Another round of applause for my panelists, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Just remain seated for just a few more minutes. Remain seated. Remain seated. Mr. Jim Shindi, you'll be on standby to present them the plaques of appreciation from Brevity and N.I.E.S. But before we get to that part, I just want to make a few quick announcements. I'd like to begin by informing you that this evening we'll be having the dinner, the annual NIES Awards dinner. Before that, we would have the sponsored cocktail, an evening cocktail with the CCE, Commission Chief Executive of NUP RC. That will be happening inside. There's a holding area just outside of this hall. That is where that will be happening. And then, of course, the evening's dinner will be taking place right here. We'll be kickstarting that one at 5:30, and this dinner in here at 7 p.m. later tonight. I will ask you to please be punctual. I will promise you that every evening this week, we will do the best we can to entertain you and help you have as much fun as you can have. But tonight, we'll be celebrating deserving companies and individuals. We should also come join us in celebrating each and every one of them. I'd like to also inform or remind you that after the session with 7 refreshments inside the dome, which is just by the entrance of this banquet hall, we'll be serving refreshments there once we're done with this session. There will be a women's session tomorrow. Can I have the flyer on the screen now? 8:30 in the morning is a breakfast meeting for women in the industry. You're all invited. This event is for registered delegates, and our speakers, you're also invited. Please, everyone should join this breakfast meeting. One thing I can tell you for free about Women event is it's full of a lot of learning in terms of the experts in the industry and how they're able to balance that with what they do every day. I learn a lot every time from them. Okay, so tomorrow we'll be joined by the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Emi Oshimbajo himself. He will be with us, address us briefly, and then go ahead to tour a commission and tour the exhibition floor tomorrow morning. We expect to see you there seated and for us to take over at 10 in the morning tomorrow. But for now, I'd like for you to please one more time, a resounding applause for our moderator and our panel members. James, can you please come on stage? Blessing, can I have the plaques? This is just a plaque of appreciation. We want to say thank you to you for sharing your thoughts with us and giving us some of those insights that you've provided for us around the theme of our discourse this afternoon. However, when we rise from here, we're taking a bilateral meetings break after the refreshments. At 3 p.m., we will reconvene at the ICC. At 3 p.m., we'll reconvene at the ICC. There we would have one session, just one session, before we come back this way for dinner. And in that session, we'll be looking at emerging leaders in the industry and as it concerns any transition. Okay, so we expect to see you at ICC at 3 p.m. Take your time with the refreshment here. Take your time as well with doing your bilateral meetings. 3 p.m. we'll come back to the ICC, and we'll go back to the ICC. And we'll see you back here at 5:30 and at 7. Can I ask the representative of AFDB to please join me on stage now? The rep of AFDB. The rep of AFDB. Mr. Lamy? Mr. Lamy Barrow, where is he? Is he in the room? Is he in the room? Please join them with the picture. James, join them. Drop the thing and join them. Is Mr. Lamin Barrow here?